This is a fabulous event that is celebrating you, the collector. And the collector is the person that appreciates cannabis to such an extent that you really start, when you find really good bud and you're like, wow, this is fire. You pocket it, you put it in a jar, you save it for later, which is not always the best thing to do when it's amazing flower, but you save it for later for a special occasion. And then when you meet up with a friend that you also appreciates cannabis and you show your friend and you share it and you want to say, hey, I've got something amazing. Let's crack open this and enjoy this cannabis together. When I was purchasing cannabis the other day, uh, I was, craving something good. And, this is the funny thing about the industry right now. I go into the dispensary and I say, I just want really good cannabis. And so the Budtender says, okay, do you want indica, hybrid, or sativa? And I say, it doesn't matter. And they go, that's kind of interesting. I don't even know where to start. And then they go, well, you know what? This one's high THC. And I tell them, that also doesn't matter. And now they're really in a loop. They don't know how to help me. And I say, look, I'm just wanting something that is really, really smooth, burns nice, has great flavor, and doesn't have any kind of harsh or a harsh burn or any bitterness. And they're like, oh, I see, I see. So I ask them, what are you smoking? What are you enjoying? And then we may start going through the products that are good. But as you may relate, how many times have you purchased cannabis thinking it was going to be good? You get excited about it, and then you smoke it and it sucks. Like for me, I'm so picky that when I can't finish it and it tastes bad, I put out the joint. I just can't do it. And then that eighth is goners. And sometimes you can't buy things in eighths. You have to buy them in halves or ounces. And you're just like, that was a waste. That's money down the drain. So we're trying to flip that so it doesn't ever happen, because cannabis can be expensive. And we're in a state of the world right now where we can't be just blowing money on weed that doesn't burn well, right? So we designed the Collectors Cup to really emphasize quality. And I'm just, oh yeah, oopsie. Whoop. Aha. All right. And so this is all about how right now budtenders have it really hard. They are selling blind. They don't have the ability to, first of all, to afford buying all the cannabis available out there. Never mind the lung capacity to smoke and try everything out there. And it's a really tough gig. And that's why in this industry right now, it's difficult. I am seeing retail stores closing. I'm seeing bud tenders, quitting, not wanting to be part of the industry. And that really hurts, because the bud tenders are the most influential people in this industry. Okay. That's right. You really are. But they right now are, for some reason, the least respected. They're the least paid. They're at the bottom when it comes to the way that wealth is being distributed. Whereas we have the government, okay, that's taking a cut off of every single side of the supply chain. And then we have the producer, we have the marketers, we have the retailers, and then we have the bud tenders. Okay, but the bud tenders are the key people that are influencing and truly helping consumers. So CannaReps is here to really help find a way to sell cannabis that goes beyond, hey, what's in this bag? I don't know, and I'm not allowed to open it. I'm not allowed to smoke it. I don't have the money to do all of that. So how can we sell cannabis in a way that's compliant and that goes beyond indica, sativa, hybrid, and cannabinoid content? Okay. And that's why we're all focused on quality today. This is the essence of a Bud Cup. So we're also layering in some Bud Tender games. So if you haven't played them yet, I do invite you to do it throughout the event. And I'm just going to whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. So let me see. Let me just go back here. All right. So going back to the importance of the Budtender, I was a Budtender. I worked in a retail store. This was pre-legalization, and during that time, I went through a huge identity crisis because I actually didn't use my legal name. I was using my maiden name. And I was going not by Julie Domingo, but Julie Nguyen. And I had to do that because I wanted to avoid the stigma from the previous professional network that I built in my career prior to cannabis, as well as my family that may have been a little bit judgmental about my cannabis consumption, use, and never mind my passion into it. Some people literally don't understand. They're like, you do what? No. Why? Right? And they say, why? Why'd you do that? Why would you do that as a career? Because I'm like, I'm truly passionate and I want to see this industry thrive. And I hope that you're all there too. We're so passionate. A lot of people have taken pay cuts, professional, let's call them downgrades in terms of what you're doing as a job, just so that you can work in this industry. And you realize, wow, this industry is harder than I thought. And how are we going to really push this forward? Well, there's just so much resistance. There's so much volatility in the industry. Okay, whether it's market force related or government regulations related, or if it is just hard. Sometimes working with stoners, it's a little tough, right? Like I said, we invited 130 people here today, and half showed up. I can see more trickling in, but it's just rather interesting. The reliability is just a little. So bringing back to what Collectors Cup is all about, we are here to say, first of all, we're giving you an opportunity to look and examine really amazing quality cannabis so that you can understand the essences of what it means for quality. And I'm going to be going through all the quality parameters very quickly. And then, Andy, we lost the feed. There we go. So before we get there, I want to have a quick note to thank. Let's see here. Oop, oop, oop. Back. I want to give a quick thanks to our sponsors. This whole event could not be made possible without their help. So first and foremost, our gold sponsor, Bud Cannabis, their station's out here, and they get full dibs on the smoking patio. So thank you to them for bringing that on, making it come alive. The lobby, that's all Bud Cannabis and Bazam. And then Embark, we have Marcus Richardson, which is one of the most influential people in the industry, and he's made a special exception out of his incredibly busy schedule to be here with us. So thank you, Marcus. He will be providing a keynote presentation later today, this afternoon. And we're super stoked about that. We have Sweetgrass as well, and where they brought some amazing flower that I'm very interested to see how it plays through this event. And Pistol and Paris over here, they are part of the Wayne 8th game. Thank you, Pistol and Paris, as well as we have some beautiful art in the back. That is actually provided for your viewing enjoyment. And that's actually an artist local to here. His name is Grant. He works at La Canapa. And when I came to their store, and I was just in awe, I just appreciate their art so much. So I welcome you to, take a nice view and gander. They're unfortunately not for sale, but it's just for us to appreciate. And of course, Borrow and Beyond. They are providing some awesome prizes. Their pieces are made out of true quartz, like real, whole thing is quartz. So what that allows for is the more durability in your piece, so then it doesn't shatter and break. And this I would say is the gold standard when it comes to glass. And so please talk to Jeff and the team in the back there to check out some beautiful pieces. But like I said, if you're going to be playing in any of the Budtender games, and there's a couple door prizes that we're issuing, and that is thanks to Borrow and Beyond. Last but not least, we have Canport, Weed Pool, and the RCCBC, which used to be CamCD, which used to be Acres, but just to get that clear, it's the Retail Cannabis Council for BC. And we are all here to help support and build upon the community. I also want to give a special thanks to the volunteers. Okay, this is an amazing story. When I announced that Collectors Cup was coming to Vancouver, I had an in-pour of people saying, hey, I want to volunteer. I actually got more volunteers to sign up than I had sponsors or guests, okay? Like when I made the initial announcement. That goes to show the power of our community and how much people really want to make it happen. They are taking the day off of work. They're not even playing or judging the cannabis. They're just here to help me and Sharon, okay, you're looking at the CannaReps team here, put this beautiful event together. So thank you so much, volunteers. The volunteers are certified cannabis sommeliers, and so they are also going to be guiding you through the quality grading process to ensure that we find good calibration and that our judgment is all within a reasonable range. Okay, so I'm going to go through each of the Budtender games because if you haven't played this before, it's all skills-based, cannabis appreciation-based, okay? So the first game, okay, is the Cannabis Sommelier competition, all right? So that is going to be the table on the side here. So the first thing to do is warm up, okay? And the warm-up round is the cannabis matching game. So the name of the game is that you play and you study the cannabis, and then we're going to remove the packaging, put it into a blank jar, and then you have to determine, okay, what cannabis cultivar and what grower made this product. Then you move on to the next table, which is the blind identification. So that is where you don't have any reference to what this product is, but I chose flower that is distinctive enough so that when you examine the flower and you've come across it, which is very likely, please try your best in inputting your best guess for the name of the cultivar and the producer. And we do this in honor of the producer and the consumer in terms of the consumer knowing I appreciate cannabis and I can recognize really good cannabis when I see it. The producer, when they produce a product that is amazing, distinguishable, distinctive, then that passes the brand test, okay? Meaning that you can show off your flower and the branding of it without any logos or names. So that is the Cannabis Sommelier competition. And let me tell you, the prizes that we have for today's competition is really, really, really good. And the best prizes are for the Cannabis Sommelier competition, okay? It ranges in the hundreds of dollars, and I have multiple prizes for the top 3. So please play because the prizes I will be displaying later are amazing. Like I want it for myself, but we're gifting it to you. Next game we have is the Best Nose Terpene ID brought on by Sweetgrass. So if you come to our little booth, the Kush table over here, where Shani's doing her little dance, we have terpenes, and this is your warm-up round, okay? So you're going to smell the isolated terpene and see if you can identify it just with your nose. Eventually, when we get to the final round, I'm going to give you the terpene jars again, and you're going to try to determine the name of the terpene. And the best nose winner also gets an amazing prize. It's actually multiple prizes, okay? It's a whole prize pack. So please give Shani over here a visit to play this game. And then we have the joint rolling competition brought on by Pistol in Paris. We have 2 categories. So we have the speed rolling competition, which is super fun. And then number 2 is the most creative joint. So the most creative joint, I'm going to make an announcement for any contestant that's ready to play the game. And then you're going to start rolling your joints. And we're going to give you 1 hour to do your best work for the most creative joint. And then we will announce the winner for that. And then the Way in Eighth, that is in thanks to Embark. This game is super fun. What you're going to do is you're just, you know how whenever you buy a bag, you want to make sure it's the right weight. The person you're buying it from is not ripping you off or anything like that. However, the interesting thing is, depending on the moisture content of that bud, it may weigh differently in different stages. So, and also buds of different morphologies, so different sizes and shape. The fluffier, lighter buds might make the total volume look bigger compared to buds that are more dense and weight and tight. So when you play this game, let's see how good you are in terms of sensing what 3.5 grams is like. And then we're going to do a final round. And whoever comes closest to weighing 3.5 grams without going over will also win a prize. All right, and we're special thanks. This has almost no affiliation to Collectors Cup, but Inspired Cannabis is actually throwing a party, so we're gonna help get people there. It's a Inspired after party. It's tomorrow in the evening, so everybody here is welcome to come. There's going to be great discounts on products, fun games, and other interesting interactions. All right, so we're about to get started with the flower grading. And I just want to say, for all the pioneers that have risked their lives working in the industry, where you might have to go to jail or your friends and family might shun you for your involvement in the drug trade. And anyone that feels like, hey, you know what, I have to make a stand. I have an I identify with cannabis. Someone told me today that I look like a bud with sparkly trichomes. I'm like, yeah, I do, right? Like, I identify with weed. And so I want to make this type of experience really welcome for all of you to say it's okay and it's safe to be part of the cannabis experience, and that you're working so hard every single day, especially the budtenders. You are on your feet very often, some locations, you're working by yourself without a break. It's tough. That's not fair. When I was working in the retail store, I got broken into 5 times. Okay. And that was me. I had to drive into the store 5 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It doesn't matter, to ensure that no one else would, like, after the windows are smashed open, to ensure that no one else is going to steal the product. It's a risky, like, occupation. But I want to provide an opportunity where, hey, look, there's the cannabis experience that may be divided because the government decided to say there is a medical experience of cannabis and then there's a recreational cannabis experience. But I'm like, lines are blurred here. So let's call it a professional cannabis experience. So you are here to smoke weed professionally. And I love that, because you are the first generation that can say, I'm a professional cannabis smoker. Like, how awesome is that? You get paid to do this, and you can actually declare this on your taxes without any kind of issue from the government. This is a real job, a real career that you can progress in. And starting at the retail level, where you have all this exposure to cannabis, gives you so much insight and experience that you're really pioneering the industry. Okay, we have legends here that have worked so hard to allow us to be here, and I'm talking about John, and I'm talking about Marcus. Okay, I'm talking about all the growers that have done all the amazing work to get here beforehand. Yes, thank you. Really, they are like our legends, and I know that they are super humble, and they say, you know what, it's the people before us, the grandfathers before us, that really is, built the industry. But here we are, we're still in the beginning stages, so we want to be very positive representatives of the cannabis industry. And so how we're going to get there is, I want Canada to be the gold standard for good quality cannabis. It's very costly to grow cannabis indoors. Okay, cannabis. There will be other countries and nations, if they choose to legalize, will be a lot less expensive for them to produce it. So, if we want the Canadian cannabis industry to thrive, we have to be known for extremely, extremely good cannabis and unique genetics and all the derivatives that come with that. So I cannot wait to hear more about hash and the hash rosin process, because that is the next level of cannabis, and we need to be pioneers of that. With that said, who is ready to smoke some weed? All right, so um, Andy, if I could get the lights a little bit brighter. And what we're gonna do is, I have cannabis sommeliers, and we have a lot of weed today. And we're going to be distributing the flower to your tables. And so your cannabis sommelier is going to help guide you to make sure that, oh, sorry, we're gonna do an elimination round first. So based on the flowers that we have, you're gonna pick the top three, okay? So you put in your vote for the top three based on aroma and appearances. And then the top three are going to be advancing to the next round, where you're going to be grading it, smoking it, and tasting it. Once we get through the qualification round, this is how the schedule is going to go. Okay, so I highly suggest that we're going to be going through one flower at a time, and we're layering it with an educational presentation. This allows you to get nice and toasted and primed and then ready to learn about more educational content. Okay? So the first thing is, make sure you go through the physical and aromatic descriptors, then you do a dry pull, and then you do a burn test. After that, you input your scores into that little card that's on your table. And so you're going to see 12 different parameters that we laid out for what is quality, what determines quality. Now, if you were to add up those scores, it's not going to give you the total grading score, because we have added a weighting system, meaning some parameters, such as trim and moisture, aren't as important as things like smoothness, endurance of flavor, combustion. All right. So that's why once you get your gradings done, we ask that you input the information into our app, into our website, and it calculates the end result for you. And you do that for every single flower. And when you're rolling a joint, we ask that you do a tasting joint, okay, like about 0.7. You can either have that as an individual joint, you can have it as a sharing joint, whatever it may be. Just a reminder to write the jar number on the end of the joint by the filter. Then you're, being mindful of understanding, okay, like I'm connecting the dots, the flower that I saw inside the room and the flower that I'm smoking outside. Does this make sense? Okay. You're welcome to roll more than one joint. Okay. If you want to kind of do a reference check later on to see if, like, you're on flower 2, how does that compare to the burn and flower 1? All right. Okay. Also, safety first. Okay. We are here to ensure that you have a very positive experience, a responsible experience. So if you are feeling like a little too overwhelmed or anything like that, please let your cannabis sommelier know. I know some people are like, I got this, I got this. Well, you know what? Sometimes if you're going into, there's going to be some dabs. There's a rosin press over here, thanks to Cisco and True Fat Cannabis. If you want to squish some bud, we're going to be doing that. Like, it can get pretty intense. So I please ask that you understand and you control yourself and consume safely. Okay. All right. And so, as part of the cannabis sommelier experience, is all about appreciating cannabis to the next level. It's all about sensory training. That's why we have the terpene experience, the weigh and eight. It's all about how do you connect your knowledge and it translates into a real skill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all of the grading parameters. while our cannabis sommeliers start bringing out the flower. Actually, do it after. Yeah, yeah. And then let's do this. Okay, so when it comes to quality grading, we have 12 parameters: bud integrity, trichome expression, trim, moisture, odor strength, post grind aroma, dry pull flavor, flavor complexity, flavor intensity, smoothness, combustion and ash, and endurance of flavor. So you can tell that we really nerded out on understanding what leads to good quality cannabis. We also, and this is not me making things up, okay? We consulted with dozens of cannabis experts and consumers, growers, and breeders to find out what does it mean to them for good quality cannabis. And isn't it interesting that it doesn't say indica sativa hybrid or THC, right? Terpene percentage may have an indication of quality, but there's a lot more to it than just terpenes. What if a flower had high terpene count and you ended up smoking it and it's like harsh and bitter? And you're like, well, that wasn't that good, right? So these are the parameters that we have determined to be good quality cannabis. All right, so I'm going to start off with bud integrity. Bud integrity is ideally we want the whole buds to be intact, and I'm looking for symmetry in the bud and also consistency in the whole batch. So when you're grading for bud integrity, we're giving you a fair amount of cannabis to take a look at all the buds and say, hey, can I find somewhat uniformity, not in the size, but in the shape? Okay. And none of the buds here would ever fail. Okay. This is all in market cannabis. So I know that you're all judges here, but let's try to be a little bit more humble and say, hey, you know what? Like, there's no flower here that should fail. Okay. If it fails, like everything should grade over 50. If it's graded under 50, it means it does not, like, it should not be even eligible to be sold in the market. Next is trichome expression. So some of you may have microscopes, some may not, but this is even at a quick glance. When you look at cannabis, it should be frosty, right? Under a microscope, that's where you can really see how well developed the trichome heads are. However, what we want is dense, sparkly trichomes. Like I love trichomes, kind of like these like chandeliers here, right? Where you see more trichomes than plant matter, where there's so many trichomes that are covering the bud. You think the bud is lighter in color. You think the bud's white, but it's not. It's actually green, but the trichomes have totally masked that color. Trim. Easy to figure out. What we're doing is looking for a nice clean trim with minimal sugar leaves, okay? It's the sugar leaves that has excess chlorophyll. So when you smoke it, it delivers this like harsh, kind of like when you're I don't know if you're a kid and you burn some grass in a field and you have that like really nasty flavor. That's what chlorophyll does when it burns. So you want to have minimum chlorophyll, minimum sugar leaves, and maximum flower because the flower actually burns nice and clean. All right. Moisture. Moisture is also great, easy to determine. You give it a squeeze. If it bounces back, kind of like a Nerf ball or a marshmallow, then it's ideal moisture. If it crumbles upon your squish, too dry. If it squishes and it doesn't bounce back, too wet. And that is an indication of a good cure. And John B is going to be doing a talk about that. Then odor strength. So when it comes to physical and aromatic descriptors, odor strength is one of the most important. It is more heavily weighted than other parameters. Okay. So we want stinky, stinky weed. And we want it to be so stinky that when you open up the jar, it's like an explosion of aroma. When you squeeze it and you grind it, that aroma gets more intensified. It gets louder, right? So it's not about if you like the smell or not. Okay. So you really have to get your head over this. It's not about personal preference. It's about how loud the smell is. Some people might not like cat piss. Some people might not like poop. Some people might not like cheese or skunk, okay? It's not natural to like those aromas, but if it is a loud and pronounced aroma, that is an indication of good quality. Okay, and some deduction points. So hopefully we won't see any of this, but that's if you see seeded in more than one bud. Okay, if one bud may have a seed, that's all good. That's actually a bonus, right? Because you're just gonna put that later, save it for later, right? If you find more than two buds having seeds, then yeah, it's seeded. The grower didn't really do a good job of keeping the males out. Bugs, definitely don't want to be seeing any of that. That's when I don't know if you smoke like old school weed and sometimes it goes crack bubble. That's just basically bug carcasses like burning. Yuck. And then mold. So the fuzzy white stuff. So that's not like the crystally shiny trichomes. That's the fuzzy stuff that you see sometimes on blueberries and other fruits that you're like, no, for the immunocompromised, you smoke that, you're going to feel really sick. And so before you burn the joint, this is something that I always forget to do, but I was inspired to do so, is the dry pull. And the reason why is sometimes you're going to find flower that has an amazing aroma and a great grind, and then you do a dry pull, and the dry pull doesn't match the aroma. You're like, wait. There's that translation of the aroma doesn't come through in the dry pull. It's going to be a clue that the flower is not going to burn right. And very often, if there's a complete mismatch, that flower's got some kind of burn issues, whether it be harsh or bitter. If it comes through and it's strong and delicious, you're like, yeah, this has a good dry pull. And sometimes, especially the trained cannabis sommeliers, you can even identify a flower just by the dry pull because you're like, oh, I know this flavor, right? And flavor complexity. So, you know how with music, there can be one note, right? Or you can have multiple notes, or you can have a symphony with different instruments. And so the flavor complexity is very similar to that. So the more flavor notes that you can determine through your nose and your tongue, then the better quality that flower is because it's showcasing its full breadth of flavor. All right, and flavor intensity. So just like order strength, flavor intensity is just like the sound, so the volume. So low flavor intensity is quiet, it's muted, you can't really distinguish amongst the aromas or flavors. And then a flavor intensity that's extreme is like, wow, the flavor is getting more intense. I'm getting more flavors that are being delivered. The flavor is getting stronger. That is amazing flavor intensity. Very hard for a flower to score on that. Okay. Next up is smoothness. So smoothness is the most important, the most heavily weighted component when it comes to grading flower. Because at the end of the day, we want it to be smooth. Okay. If it's not smooth, then why smoke it? Like, that's me. Some people will still smoke it if it's not smooth, but we want it to be smooth, not harsh, okay? Like as if you're drinking like that chai tea that we've got going on, okay? Not some kind of like acidic vinegar, right? Like if I was to compare it as a liquid, but as like a gas, as a smoke, you want it to be smooth. You don't want to have a harsh irritation on the back of your throat. Combustion and ash. So the science is not settled on this yet, but for the most part, most of us believe that ash and combustion has a strong component to play. So we want it to burn all the way smoothly. You don't need to be relighting a joint over and over and over unless it's like raining and it's super windy or something like that. But on a regular circumstances, a joint should burn properly all the way through without relighting it. The ash should also be nice and white and fine. So the structure and the consistency of the ash. And the way to determine that is you just ash a little bit on the palm of your hand and give it a little touch. If it becomes like a fine dust, you've got something really nice. If it is chunky and black and different textured, there's something in there that's not burning as smooth as like a truly organic plant material. All right. Now, endurance of flavor is the hardest component for a flower to score high on. You may never even come across flower that has an endurance of flavor that burns all the way to the end with all the flavor. So what I mean by it is often, okay, a joint should taste delicious first few tokes, okay? But how often where you get to a quarter way, you're like, no more flavor. Halfway, no more flavor, it's harsh. And you're like, not gonna even finish it. Or very exceptional flower, okay? Like only quads can really score high in this is you burn the joint all the way and it tastes so good. And you're like, you pass it around, everybody's smoking it, they're enjoying it. And then all of a sudden you inhale, oh, you hit the filter because you're like, damn, the flower was so good. The taste was all the way there. That is exceptional endurance of flavor. And hopefully we will experience that today. So let's get the gradings begin. Let's smoke some weed. All right, we're gonna be distributing the flower and we're gonna be doing an elimination round. So I'm gonna be doing that live with you. Okay, so it's not all tables are gonna get more than 3 jars because it looks like, hey, everybody filled in. Yay, wow. 2.5 hours later, it's all good. Yeah, no problem. Okay, let's smoke some weed. You came just right on time, huh? All right, let's call up the Cannabis Sommelier volunteers to bring your flowers to your guest tables, please. And then music, Andy.
Sweet grass here, but the table was full. They're sitting back
This song is inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Saveri, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Rescue, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Harty Gear, James Lau, the Crescent family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfano, Elcom, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Reese, Trevor Wick, Kevin Joltry, Mean G, Clackamas Coot, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chong, Danny Danko, Steve Canwell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what
Flowers
we
now.
live in.
For the tables, I have 4 flowers. You just spend the first couple minutes smelling each jar and looking at each jar to see what looks great in terms of bud integrity and also aroma. And then you eliminate the one flower that is not good enough for you to judge today, okay? And your Cannabis Sommelier is going to help you with that.
Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaranthus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Voss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without a seed, there is no life. Thanks to yin yang seeds, yellow hammer genetic. taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Musco Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Cream Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Kelly Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Witt, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chong, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaraldas, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Musco Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy.
And this is the new industry. You got to be able to pick up a microphone, step into the play. I mean, Daniel, what do you think?
So I think for us, the top two contenders would be like 5 and 7, and then the toss-up for the bottom is between 2 and 4. Some people kept 4, some people kept 2. So it'll be interesting to see which one gets eliminated. if that's how we're doing it. Yeah, what's your thought? Yeah, what's your top number one? Yeah.
And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the
What, just on nose alone, what are you thinking?
Gotta do another round. One more round.
I feel like he's coming to it. Yeah. What's your number one?
My man.
It's looking at you.
We eliminated 4. Yeah, that's in the pocket. Yeah.
Make sure he talks to me.
Oh, sorry. Apparently I'm supposed to talk into a microphone. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So yeah, there is a jar missing. It's called number 4. Jar is missing in my eyes. I definitely like in the gas, but that's me, right? Everybody's got a different flavor. Everybody's got a different tone of what's going to work for them or what they like. So it's really that terpene, and they all have very good nose to them.
Yeah,
I'd like
they
to
have
do
a
the water
unique nose
activity
for sure.
testing. So at one point, I'm going to test the water activity and take a look at it. And I can smell by certain ones that are probably a little bit drier than what I would anticipate, and the ones that are more natural pungent probably got more moisture in them. So you can be able to smell that. And then
7
this
was
is
my top guy as
me,
well.
30 years of smoking a lot of weed and testing a lot of it. But thank you guys just for being able to come to the table and
Thank you.
I appreciate you. This is our new rising star. We're gonna
MC.
call him out. How about yourself? What was your little aspects
I
there?
5 for my first.
You're number 5.
But I'm also completely new to this space, so I wouldn't.
New
take
means
my-
nothing. You know what that means? You have a nose. You
I'm
eat
so
food,
new to
right?
all of it.
You like food?
Yeah, but
You
know
like
what
the smell of grandma's
Oh, yeah,
apple
yeah,
pie? And you like weed. You're not new at all. That's the best thing about it. So, see, you're a new smoker, new smell.
Yeah.
Aria's mic?
I don't know. I'm talking into it. Do you want it?
I do.
Okay, here.
Is this the one?
Is this the one?
Oh,
Oh, hi.
hi.
How are
I
you?
to, like liven things up.
Well, I'd like to just jump in there, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like we were discussing now, different flavors with different noses, different intake levels.
Yes.
Heavy smoker,
Yeah. In different settings.
right? Light smoker, right? Don't smoke that much.
You know what? It's all
Right.
relative.
No, but
It's
no,
all
but
relative.
it's on
You
the
can smoke
smells
a
and the
lot a day, or you
flavors.
can smoke a lot in a lifetime.
Exactly. Oh, have you? Ah, so you already know where that hits you. So we're gonna, you know what? I got a moisture tester sitting right there. Should we do the
Yes.
water activity
Well,
testing
you
at
know
one
what?
point?
After.
Okay.
What you do is you have one eliminated. Okay, so we're gonna take jar
this.
the one that you're eliminating back out, and I'm gonna make an announcement. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So-
is this the mic?
Is there a jar number 4 that somehow just fell off the wagon that landed in my pocket?
Let's bring it back. Okay. I don't know why.
Okay, is this my mic now? Can I take this forever?
Hello. Hello.
Sweet. They cut me off, right? We think we're talking into something, but YouTube is listening. How you doing, Ian?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Do you like to talk into a microphone?
All right.
Yeah, we want to get right up into
I
the
just need
microphone,
to
get some of the
turn
dulcet
it on.
tones.
There you go.
I
So
just
what
have
we
to
hear
make
is
a
we're at.
quick announcement. Look at the music. Yes, I
Fine, just cut me off again here.
Yes.
We will be right back. Julie will be here with another announcement in a minute. Yeah, she's doing an announcement now, yeah.
Yeah. It's just a quick one, and then it can go back to him. Okay, so you should all have only 3 jars on your table. For the tables that have 4, our cannabis sommeliers will take that jar to the back, okay? And now I ask that at your table, everybody will be grading one flower, the same flower. So choose the flower that you want to grade first, and you will get to the other 2. And like I said, you're welcome to roll multiple joints so that you can have a reference for when you're grading the second flower, when you're grading the third flower. But please just collectively do one flower. Gotcha? All right, thank you. Sorry, another announcement. So no smoking, vaping, or dabbing is allowed inside, but we have an amazing patio and the sun's out. So please enjoy smoking outside in the patio. And your butts, please dispose them in the garbage can. All right. So we're going to give you about 20 minutes to get the first flower rolled up and smoked. And please ensure that you enter the grading parameters on your scorecard. And when you come back for your seats, we're going to enter it into the digital form. Thank you.
Okay. We'll get a new switch so it's no longer on the PA and just coming through the main.
Yeah, amazing.
And then we switch back and forth.
Yeah,
it's easy peasy. Okay? Cool. Awesome. So hopefully I haven't bumped things around and moved things around too much, but we will go around and see if we can find some troublemakers to hang out with and see what they're doing. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the show thus far. We're having a lot of fun here, as always. Hopefully you're growing well. Let's see here. I of course forgot to bring my gimbal today, so I have to hand carry my phone, which is not exactly the desired outcome here. But we will get there regardless. Everybody hearing me loud and clear? We are coming through. Oh, I'm right here. Yeah, we're live right now. Not much better. How are you doing? I saw you here earlier.
Yeah, you're busy at the table though.
Yeah. Always look like I'm busy. I'm never too busy to hang out with you. That's for sure. Yeah. I try.
You also podcast every 5 minutes every day.
I don't do all of them. I just host them and make sure that they happen and make sure that they're not bullshit. Yeah, I just try and make sure there's good people. What?
Being solid on the back end, helping patients for a long time.
Yeah.
And really supportive for that. I've had this privilege and seeing lives change and transformed by cannabis, and I'm encouraged every day. And you put it from your heart. Thank you. Really, what a lot of people don't do is they come from the heart. And when you do that, you put out goodness and you roll great. Is that a nice joint? I just banged it off real quick. I'm actually a little unhappy. Okay, there we go.
Look, he's like, I had to roll that joint in under 30 seconds. And
It's a little off, but we'll get there.
more than 1.8 grams.
Are we happy with the roll? We're good? Okay, good.
So we're talking about testing.
Slightly, yes,
Is
but...
that one of the entries?
Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Pardon me?
Is that one of the entries?
Yeah, was that number 7? Number 2, yeah, 2 was fire, actually. I gotta say, my hands are sticky, had good aroma, bud structure. It'd be nice to know who that was. But let's be honest, I want to know who's being eliminated. I'm kidding, not to be mean, but if you are being eliminated, I don't want to order.
Somebody's getting
No,
cut.
I'm talking about the bud.
The bud.
I'm almost more interested in knowing who's getting eliminated rather than who's winning.
So you like number 2?
Huh?
You like number 2?
Number 2 so far is definitely...
I'm going to test the water activity and all.
We're going to give it a burn. I haven't done the dry pull yet.
So first, you guys are going to all smoke it. Then I'm going to test the
half-decent
AW on it, and then take a look at what's going to be the freshest and what's got the more moisture content. What has the least?
It's not blowing me out of the water, but it's definitely gassy. Oh, there we go.
Jar number 2.
Maybe it was just a mint to my mouth.
I think we eliminated jar number 2 somewhere else.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
There you go.
I'm going to smoke that right now.
So that's jar number 2.
Number 2.
Well, I'm going to
stay tuned.
You know where I'm going. We're gonna go smoke number 2.
What's happening right now?
We are live. Of course we're live.
We got Corey from Mood Cannabis here.
Corey. The whole thing.
This is the mood team here.
The mood. They're in the mood.
That's right.
Yeah, I didn't see a Corey. There you go. Whereabouts are you from?
Vancouver Island.
You're from Vancouver Island, and I'm on. That's number 2.
Down for that.
Is that
Are
a
you
good
rolling the
flavor?
Next one, yeah. Okay, cool.
I didn't know you were allowed. I thought they're handing jars back. I was like gonna take one. You guys are rolling out of them. I would have just rolled a couple fatties.
Rolling fatties. That's what we're doing at this table.
I
Table
can go
5.
over to that table and look at the back jars over there.
One thing I should mention is we do have the Retail Cannabis Council of BC here today, along with the BC Craft Farmers Co-op.
Yes.
2 great organizations that are really advancing the interests of the whole
they've been
industry.
actually working away for a very long time since.
Thanks, bro.
I remember,
Yeah, man.
dude, for the last 8 years.
It feels that way, yeah.
It feels
I've been
that way.
a member of Cam CD through
There you go.
Acres all the way up.
I mean,
I've served as
I've
a director a couple times and back again.
2012, 2013.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, 14.
Was it 14?
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, around there.
Well, I remember seeing you in 2012,
Well,
2013.
I smoke weed, that's for sure.
That's what it was. He's
Um,
always coming by.
But the Retail Cannabis Council BC is doing some great initiatives on farm gate, on on-site consumption, on the whole tourism angle,
Right.
which I think in British Columbia is going to be tremendous. I went out to Dunn Farms, hung out with Logan and the team there, and
Right.
they got the kind of venue that would draw, right? Create that kind of economic development and that destigmatization that we need from a wider consumer base that travels to Canada for cannabis or other things and can really get exposed, much like the wine industry, to something that's absolutely tremendous. And
So you see this a forthcoming bigger industry moving
100%.
forward.
It'll be billions of dollars.
I love
100%.
what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
I mean,
and Dunn Cannabis has one of those venues that's accessible. It's not way out.
well, it's in
They have-
Abbotsford.
They have infrastructure that can accommodate and host people through. And the team's very open and informed about the whole production
Where are the Dunn
process.
Cannabis people
Well,
right
there's
now?
Logan right there.
Is that Logan?
Is he rolling a fatty too? I think he is.
Well, I think we got to go and talk to him. Then.
Absolutely
You're
do.
next on the list.
All right.
Yeah.
Next
Oh
time
wait,
you
I
go.
did. It's just now I got 2 mics. Oh, he's rolling another one. Well, here we go. I'm just walking right over here to the mound. Apparently. Well, I get to hand you a microphone. There you go.
Hi, microphone.
I'm hearing so much great things about Dunn Cannabis, and I think we've met in the past, haven't we?
We have, yeah.
Yeah, and I've been trying to make it out to your place.
Yeah.
And I live around the corner.
You got to come.
And I haven't, no reason why I haven't come there, because now they're talking about what I've always been talking about, tourism and stuff like that, and promoting what you guys are doing so much.
Yeah, yeah.
And hearing so much about you and being just in the same town and not being able to really get myself to come over there. I don't know why. It's my fault. It's not yours. I haven't reached out and say, I'd love to come over and take a look and see exactly what you're doing and just be able to showcase exactly, even with the Future Cannabis Project, exactly. And if you haven't already,
Right.
talk more about what you guys are doing in the industry.
Oh, we love it. We were one of the newer micro, on the block.
Yeah, I remember right in the beginning there.
Initially, we were licensed early on in this system, and so we've really kind of been
Bring this up to here.
a little closer.
Yeah, just a little bit closer,
Yeah.
just in case.
So we've been learning as we go. You know what I mean? And we've been able to share that knowledge with other micros.
Nice.
We've been able to help people not stumble in certain areas where
So you're giving back, is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Where do you see your company going for the future right now?
Well, we have a partnership with Bazam, and that allows us to really focus on cultivation and just put all our energy into making sure that the flower hitting the market, not just for our brand, but for theirs as well, is just top notch, and
Nice.
when you're doing all of the things in the industry that it requires, it's difficult when you work with a small team, and as micros, we're all relatively small.
What would you say is what's working really well for your company?
I just think that this synergy, we all have the right headspace.
Yeah.
We all are want to be better. We want to advance. We want to use new technology. We want to find the new strains and the stuff that's hot and just
So new strains, new advancements.
All about
Everybody's
the
looking
new.
for that new thing. So, I mean, this is a quick little interview because I want to talk to you more. But quickly, what's not working in the industry right now?
I think that retailers are having a difficult time.
Okay.
Micros particularly are having a difficult time with the excise thing. I know that's a big topic nowadays.
Right.
I don't know if they're ever really going to make a change on that.
You're seeing a lot of retail problems. What you're saying now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not just being able to get products to the end user quick enough, right? It's
I'm hearing this gap of I bought Steven's stuff from John, 7 Acres, a friend, and he goes, go down and buy some. I did. It was a year old.
yeah, it's wild.
So it's wild to hear this, and then from a from a manufacturer like yourself as a micro and breaking into this industry. I mean, what do you see? What do you see? What's the solve on this? How are we going to fix this then?
I think it really is like focusing on small batch and
Right.
allocating your lots to multiple provinces instead of all of it just to one. You know,
There you
we all
go.
want to sell it, obviously, but like letting it all drop on BC is probably an error in freshness. It's an error in batch timelines and stuff. You know,
That's
if we
cool.
just evenly distribute it throughout Canada, like the rest of Canada, I
Yeah.
think that we can have fresh product on the market more regularly.
You know, I know that's going to be a big thing for the future is getting that freshness, like farm market to the
Yeah.
farmers, like when we can go to our farmers market. And that's what I know what a lot of the retail cannabis has been doing, and some of the stuff that Andy's been working with, and Roji and myself for the last couple decades.
Right,
And
yeah.
people like London here and everybody else is like striving for these great things. But it's great to hear it from you.
Yeah.
I want to ask you just a few couple questions, get you thinking, get the audience thinking, and knowing what we tackle here every day. People think it's easy and it's not.
No,
And it's a hard business, but at the same time, it's a rewarding. And it's fulfilling.
Man, it's so rewarding.
When you see the smile on people's look at this event. Look at everybody like around the jars of weed, and like you don't see people around bottles of scotch having this much fun. They're normally falling over. I mean, that's we used to like the scotch, but I mean,
they're smiling. Look at them; they're happy. Some of it, I don't know which one's my flower. We have an entry, right? So
nice.
But if they're smiling because that guy's making them smile, we're like.
Well, I picked out like a number 4 for gassy. I'm a gas guy. I'm a valley grower.
Yeah.
I've been growing for 30 years, so I understand that kind of.
I
know where you kind of are. I'll probably be smelling you driving down the freeway a few times.
Yeah.
So that's good to see that coming on, and you know what? I really look forward to just coming over and taking a look, maybe
Totally.
talking
We'll
with
find the
London
time.
about that. And,
Let's do it.
and make something happen, because even taking a look at, I do a lot of stuff with light recipes. I don't know if you're running LEDs or
Yeah, we're
anything
running
like that.
LEDs now. We just swapped the whole site over.
What you running right now?
Think Row Model W.
Okay.
It's really a unique light, and it's doing some fascinating things.
There you go.
Yeah, we're really jacked about the new line.
I'd like to maybe even show, if you had a chance, even doing this little testing with some Alias LED reds and show you some differences. with
Yeah,
that.
we can go far red with ours, like full like control
Nice.
spectrum.
So they're actually being dialed now. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
good to
yeah,
see
yeah.
different things. As light recipes are going to be a key in understanding your DLI, PPFD, and by the sounds of it, you're learning this and understanding it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm probably pretty sure then you're dealing with Growing Exposed with Justin.
We do. Yeah. And they've been
Of course,
really
because they're
helpful.
family. They're
They are,
awesome.
Totally. They're local.
Total.
We've been working with them for years, and they support us any way they can along the way, and I can't thank them.
As we're talking,
as
I've seen the episode now, right? So I'm thinking out loud, and Jeremy was just by the other day. He was taking some pictures.
It's great, dude.
So he's fantastic. So always these other shows and different people that went out there. I could talk forever. London's like we got to check out some other stuff that's going on here.
Flower.
Yeah, I got to go smoke some flower. It's smoke time.
I personally need to smoke some flower, and you're like an out in Abbotsford, right?
Yeah.
Like we're able to drive to you. I do Tuesday tours. We toured everything from like the largest aeroponics facility in North America to like the dude growing weed in his closet in the 2x2. Like this, we do everybody. So we'd love to have you on. We could go.
Of course, yeah,
Let's
no.
do it, yeah. Let's do it.
We should do some more of this stuff like that, because we're bringing the industry out and showing you what's going on, and actually just bring it to light with a lot of the people that we all follow and people we're involved with. Some of us got to step up and say, hey, this is where the product is now. This is reality. What's going on?
It's getting better and
When
better.
I can go to a store and buy 3 grams of blueberry wedding cake, I bought Kush and I bought Barbara Bud, all 3 rosins, all for under $50, legally at home packaged, sitting there safe and sound. Shit, there's like $171 with tax, and you know what? That's I used to pay $150 for a gram.
I know, it's great.
So I'm pretty stoked
It's crazy
to see the industry moving forward.
Yeah,
it's
getting
what
there.
we get there, and it's great to see you putting in that effort for us too. And let's get out and smoke, man.
Thanks so much.
Let's get out of here. We'll see you out there. Thanks. Or you just keep going live, don't you?
Well, I mean, we could do a 10-minute break. I think we're going to take a short break here, everybody, and have a consumption moment. We will move a camera around, put it outside so you can see it, but we'll be right back with you.
So then what we'll do is during flower grading number 2, I'll go.
Johnny, make sure that mic's off for me.
Revolution has begun. Sun glow remains. Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Westport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Witt, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coot, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chong, Danny Danko, Steve Canwell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaraldas, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good.
He's growing up. I think it's time for me to roll some up and smoke it. That is for sure Z's.
Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cannon Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari.
Time for me to roll up and get some good to smoke.
Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crested Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, and Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crested Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. A very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Anna seeders out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to yin yang seeds, yellow hammer genetics, weed should taste good. The ranch, the American one, Sonoma seeds, South Bay genetics, sour legacy, sour rebel genetics, Seattle chronic, Seattle gas and seeds, Russian landrace bureau, Romulan genetics, predictive breeding, pride of the lion seeds, pistol positive, nerve genetics, Myers Creek cannabis seeds, Muscat seeds, legendary genetics, Khalifa genetics, Jinx proof genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK genetics, Party Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Smiley's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired.
So I did just really, really delicious. And in general, everything's going out really, really well here. Everybody's having a lot of great feedback for the flower. And honestly, it's delicious. It's done really, really well. I'm very impressed. We're looking at having our speakers panel coming up next with some of our OGs. Which is going to be very exciting. We're going to have Marcus coming on shortly to join us, as well as a lot of other fantastic human beings. Hopefully you're not getting too much background feedback noise, but this should be a fun day as well. Don't miss out. Check it out on all the networks and all the places and all the things. Ooh, I'm fucking high, man. Have fun, good weed. I'm going to smoke more of that, and then I'm going to try some hash and extracts pretty soon here. I think it's pretty important to dig into that stuff. But we got to get an intermediary period for the guys to start the show. So we'll let them get that rolling.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope the first toke was good. Yeah. All right, so what we're going to go on to next is a panel discussion on quality. So we are going to be bringing the growers up on stage. And today we have Sabine Schwartz. She is an amazing and incredible human being that is going to be leading the discussion. And she comes with deep roots in the cannabis community. She's here to really preserve and bring forth the community in terms of, hey, what is it about the cannabis consumer that makes them special and what unites all of us? So Sabine, she will be joined with Logan. He is the master grower for Bud Cannabis. And we also had Johnny B. Johnny B, I know you're flying around. There he is. And so Johnny B, he is he's a legend in the industry. He's been growing for well over 20, maybe 30 years. He's overcome so many challenges in terms of his personal life and physical and health, but he's one of the most motivational, like inspirational people that I've ever met. And he's the founder of MedTainer, which which is the best, right? Like I love the MedTainer. So it's amazing that he's, made a huge impact in this industry to help people, spread the goodness of cannabis. So please welcome Sabine Schwartz. She is the marketing manager from Bud and Cannabis. Logan, don't know his last name, but he's the master grower for Bud. And Johnny B, up onto the stage, please.
I like standing though.
You like standing? Well, one of these guys sit. Okay.
Oh, well, I can also stand now.
Set it up.
John, what did I hear Bob? Bob? I don't know what that was. John, I should use my phone.
Hi. Good.
And does that work? That works pretty well. Hey guys, how are you?
They got us really stoned, and then they just put us up here, and they want us to talk now. And I'm like,
He's like, well, yeah, when we were talking, and
freaking out a little bit.
we got to put the microphone up here.
Okay.
There you go. So, standardization, freshness. You guys find any really fresh weed out there? You guys pretty happy right now with those jars that you were going through? Everybody? Yeah? Is it good? Yeah? We get the weed's awesome, a high five. We get up there and did we like it, or was it crappy? There you go.
We have somebody who likes it.
We need to hear it. They're pretty stoned. Eh? Look at everybody's just kind of looking at us. They're like, whoa. We can get some flashing lights behind us. Maybe we can get some more attention.
Right.
Yeah. So you've been growing for quite some time.
Yeah, I've been growing for over 20 years. To clarify, I no longer am the master grower over there, but we run the show. So it's years and years of experience that we're all sharing with people that work with us now at Bud. And we continue to thrive on and add more people to our team and teach them what we've learned over years and years. And we're sharing that info with our partners and our friends and guys in the industry that are new. So yeah, it's just been...
When we were sitting here talking, and before we knew we had a panel together, because we actually were talking, sitting on the side over here where you guys are all smoking, and we were discussing what we're ready to talk about right now. So we're like, shit, we just talked about this for the last 20 minutes without even knowing we had a panel. But actually looking at, everything that we're smoking right now really comes down to the grower. It looks like standardization and freshness, and be able to bring that product properly to the market so your consumers are getting that quality product that we're looking at. And that's why you budtenders and people are trying to learn more about the quality, but it really comes down to the growers and then actually educating everybody on the aspects of, the growing process. Was it grown with LEDs? Is it organically grown? Is it salt? Was it hung dry? Is it dehu dry? Is it a 2-week hang? Is it there's all of these questions that are really not being discussed as you guys are learning all the bud from what you're having right now. And You know what? I'd love to start asking some questions with some of the people out here when we get a little bit farther in this talk. But I mean, there's all these little aspects of growing that are playing a key role in the end consumer, even from making the hash. When Mark and he's going to pick up his products, I mean, he's looking forward to the grower that's got that most dankest, best bud. And I know a lot of people out there are looking for those growers. So, I mean, as in bud tenders, do you guys know who your growers, who's growing the cannabis? Do you ask these questions? Can we ask these questions? Because I'm kind of curious right now. I don't know the legal industry that well, but I could tell you that I know cannabis extremely well. It's like a passion of mine. It's what I love. It's something I get up to, and I look forward to growing it or consuming it or being able to actually educate myself more on it and learning more about it and learning about the industry and how it's changing and where we're adapting to new flavors and just new ways of how cannabis is being grown, which is really a key way of looking at how it's being consumed at the same time. So, I mean, how do you feel about the new ways that we're just talking about LEDs? Do you guys know, like, if your cannabis that you're consuming is LED grown or HDI grown, or if it's salt driven, or if it's organic? I mean, should we be asking for this on the bottles more? I got all kinds of good questions for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think the retailers have an open communication for the most part with a lot of growers where they can ask questions and get answers. We're here to help answer any of those that you guys have or don't know or want to know. What's coming, what's available now, what's fresh, what's new and exciting. So we're happy to answer anything we can answer for you via social or direct message or whatever.
So I guess, I mean, I would love to ask some questions with some of you guys out there. That was just kind of curious on what you feel is the standard. Yeah, he's gonna microphone.
All right. Well, thank you both for starting off.
So yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's start things off. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys see? I mean, as in bud tenders out there, when you're consuming products, you're getting products to sale. I mean, what is the number one question that your consumer is asking you when they come into the store? I mean, like, what are they looking at? Well, we're looking at freshness, standardization. We're looking at quality. So, I mean, where's the quality? What are you guys seeing out there? And what quality are your consumers looking for? I mean, that's kind of what we're kind of talking about. That's, I think, what we were asked here to talk about was quality and freshness and how you guys are actually grading your weed, grading your bud, and what you feel about it. People are pretty shy.
Anyone want to raise a hand and share?
No one wants to raise their hand.
That's okay. I have a question actually for both of you and for the group, if anybody wants to, I guess like the room in general. How much do you actually think like normal consumers every day actually know about like the freshness of their weed and how they would even know what fresh looks like? Like, do you think they know? Like, what do you think they know?
People are asking for package dates often. A lot of our consumers are asking for package dates, but I think something we'd like to see is harvest dates as well.
Okay, so packaging. So let's talk about packaging. You know, this is a good subject because I've actually gone through a lot of packaging. We were talking about this briefly, how I have like literally a box. I was going to bring it of so much different packaging over the last couple of years, last 4 years of legalization. And the packaging has just been all over the place. I mean, packaging, big deal. It's probably the most expensive cost to the cannabis you're selling.
Yeah, we've had a couple different things. We started off in glass, then we went to bags, and we're bouncing around a little bit trying to find. Yeah, we had the tuna can too. Yeah, what the consumer really resonates with for the most part. Obviously, what's earth friendly too. That's a big deal, and I know people like glass and everything else like that. But it's you know, I don't mind spending the money on glass if that's what everybody wanted. But I always think about how much we're really doing when it comes to recycling and being able to recycle and stuff. So transport costs, that's a big thing when it comes to packaging. You're doing a lot of packing with, you know, heavy merchant, and it's going to Ontario. It's going to cost you a lot of money. So something to think about for sure. But it really just comes down to what the consumer resonates with most and what the retailers like to see. And you guys are sort of our soundboard to give us that info to make us better, to improve you know, the way we do things and what it should look like.
Yeah, you guys are like the voice. Like I know back in the days, there was a lot of group of us with signs out screaming and doing protesting and a lot of stuff. And now you have legalization. So the voice is different. It's coming from the stores and from the bud tenders. And they're actually educating, hopefully, on those ends, being able to actually guide this system. But I have seen a change. I'm seeing more different concentrates on the market. I mean, as the industry is changing, we're seeing better cannabis, we're seeing better consumption. Pistol in Paris. Yeah, I've seen some really good cannabis out there lately. I'm actually saying thank you. I'm getting impressed with the way things are coming out. Packaging is always going to be a hard thing because it's pricing. It really comes down to the cost of that package and then how companies are cutting different costs where their money's being spent. And I think a lot of people don't. There's like a standard beer bottle, like there is in the beer industry or the wine industry. They're basic same couple bottles, right? With cannabis, you got so many different packaging, so it's like, what's keeping it fresh? Well, people don't know me. For me, I standardize everything with Bovita because it standardizes and it keeps it at the same water activity level. I have this nice little meter in my hand. This tests all the water activity inside your container and tells you exactly how much water is keeping that cannabis fresh. And with a lot of the packaging out there, you're seeing that deplete pretty quickly. I've seen different seals on how the cannabis is drying out very quickly. I've seen AW levels at 33. That's as dry as popcorn. Like cannabis that goes to dust, and they're selling it on the legal market. So, I mean, that's a problem. And then when you guys see that coming into your stores, can you return it? If not, why are we not like being able to return dry ass cannabis? I got a lot of weed I've been trying to return. They won't take it back. Any other industry, they take it back. I could send back stuff to Costco, use it for 2 years and bring it back, and they take it back. But I mean, it's up to what's going on in the industry. What I see is some of this cannabis has to be returned. It's got to be put back on the government and say, it's been sitting for 2 years and you sent it to us to sell it to a consumer that ain't going to buy it. Because I've talked to other store owners and they're sitting on weed they can't return. So I'm kind of curious on what we can do about that too, right? Because, I mean, when you get dry weed that people aren't buying, Mark, he's going to get up here. Yeah, let's talk. This guy knows more about this, what's going on.
This you just made a good point. What I wanted to speak about specifically was, we're talking about packaging, we're talking about water activity. What happens when you package volatile organic compounds like terpenes and thiols and esters is they volatilize and they create pressure, and they're also solvents, so they can consume the glue on the top of the packaging, micro fissures that you don't even see with the naked eye. And they're creating pressure, so they're blasting out and they're bringing in oxygen and they're drying up that weed. This isn't a packaging problem. It's a supply chain problem. You need to keep the product cold. It's like lettuce or spinach. It needs to be cold all the time, not just the drinks. If you don't keep these products cold, they volatilize and they disappear. These things are extremely unstable, and this is the problem, that we're shipping cannabis to, I keep my hash at minus 20 degrees Celsius the whole time it's at my facility. Then some guy picks it up in his truck, and unless I've paid an exorbitant amount of money, it's not staying cold. And even if I do pay that money, there's no reason, because once it gets to the OCS or the BCLDB, guess what? They don't care. They're just basically shipping spinach warm across the country. And then we're getting stuck with the RTVs when people are like, oh, this hash doesn't look like the picture. I think you did a bait and switch. It's like, no, it sat at the OCS at 32 degrees Celsius for 3 days because there was a barcode issue. We need to figure out the supply chain, and we need to keep this product cold.
Thank you. I am so excited. If you guys have not submitted your feedback for Health Canada's Cannabis Act redo or update, you definitely should, so we can start to see these changes. But I think what I was thinking, and I think for like the folks in the room too, if we were going back to like what consumers know, what they don't know, and I think like the note earlier about packaging date versus harvest date is also really, really important and interesting, because the distance in between harvest, like what happens after harvest, like really, really impacts what the freshness does, like long term.
I've had cannabis hang for 5 or 6 months, and then Mark did some stuff he thought he even said this is fresh. So it comes down to
But I
the
think
cure
that's
and,
exactly it's the curing.
and how
Yeah,
things
totally.
are. If you keep it at
Yeah.
those temperatures, I keep my stuff at 55, 60 degrees at 67% relative
Totally.
humidity, and I can keep that weed for a year or two. And it's fine. It's like having your wine. So it's how you store it. It's exactly what he's talking about.
Oh,
It's what I've
exactly.
been preaching for years. So, I mean, it just comes down to handling and storage and how it's being actually presented to the end consumer. Even talking with some of the people from Pistol and Paris, just how that package sits, they stand it up so you can see the label, but then the resin's coming out of the lid and it's sticking in the middle. So it's even how it's presented on the shelf and how it's being, so you got to keep it this way. So it should say this side up. So there's all of these little things that are coming into play that, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys can actually be the voice that's going back to all of the people that need to hear it. Because in the reality, I guess the patient or the activist, they don't really listen to us.
I think like
they did
that's
for a
an
while,
interesting
but
point about like liquor though, and I think like you were talking about doing the year-long one, and like I don't think the curing is necessarily like the length doesn't necessarily always matter to the freshness.
No,
but
no, it doesn't.
It is important, but like you did a year-long one,
Yeah.
and that was weird.
Yeah, it was wild. But
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the
there's
package
6
dates are
weeks.
important for the provinces because they want to see, they want to see when they date it, when it goes in.
Well, here, this is the other thing that Mark made very mention too, is when they made his hash and he was found, they shipped it to Richmond, it sat outside in a container that went to 80 degrees, 90 degrees, everything melted. So even when I bought stuff from Collab Project, it was beautiful the first time. The second time I went through summer and I bought it, it was oil in a jar. It wasn't their fault. You know what I mean? So, I mean, at the same time, they're keeping it cold now. But, I mean, this is all education that we're slowly, in 2018, it was a shitstorm. So at least we're getting better. We just keep moving along. But it's the voices and the people and how they speak and how we get that information back to the people that can actually hopefully make the changes, which is your CEOs, which is the owner of the companies, because they're the ones who can make the call. They're the ones who can make the difference. They're the ones who can actually step up and say, okay, we're going to do it this way. Maybe we'll take a little hurt or whatever it's going to cost. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to get a better return.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, I also think that it's really important when it comes to the actual harvest times to realize that if you have a brand that you guys like and that you enjoy, and they're small batch, they tend to be the better product. There's smaller quantities of it. So it's getting distributed properly across Canada. You're just going to have a better product at the end of the day, regardless of if the stamp says, August 1 or whatever, right?
What's the turnaround time from when done cannabis crops and when it gets to the end user, when it gets to the store? What's your turnaround time?
It's, we were always about like pushing it and making it really, really quick, but that kind of took away from that cure time.
Okay.
Right? So we found that by slowing that part of it down, the full turnaround from harvest is, in my opinion, 2 months is a good time from the day you harvest. Then you're hanging for 2 to 3 weeks, which we do in the dark, and we, sweat in and out, and we just get that moisture content perfect. Hand trim it all, then it goes into cure in the cold rooms and stuff, and it takes time for that stuff to even out, balance out properly. People can go substantially longer, right? But
and you have a water activity meter, right?
Yeah, we don't have water activity.
I get to come visit.
We have labs that check for water activity,
I get to
right?
come visit. I was just kind of curious because education is the key. And so once hopefully they have it on the bottle one day when it's, we know what's going on, and, that's just more time. And like Mark's saying, it's got to be properly transported like lettuce, like fresh produce. It is live. It's something that we're consuming. It's a live product.
Yeah, we're doing live rosin right now.
Right. So everything we're doing is fresh, and it's keeping it fresh. And it's that understanding that when we get different products, and you're going to find that patients are going to want, or I always say patients because we're all patients, by the way, just what I say. Like cannabis is a medicine.
Yeah.
We should all consume it. It should be in your Cheerios.
If anybody has any questions, I think that we have a hard 3:30
we're getting kicked off the stage. You guys are awesome.
We have a hard 3:30 stop because we got to move on. Thank you, Logan.
Thank you, Mark.
If anyone has one more question, we can bring it. Everyone feel good? If not, we're going to be outside smoking joints. So you can also ask us questions during that time period. I promise. Yeah, great. Thanks so much. I was going to say we could talk about like different types of consumption, like rosin is so interesting because it is being flash frozen, and like what the value or the difference is. But I think we're out of time.
These are the retailers, and like you guys are what make our business successful. You know, you what you guys do, we appreciate it all.
Yeah,
there's
thank
a whole
you
bunch of different people in here.
for what you guys do for the
Thank
industry.
you so much for all of your efforts and feedback, you know, to make us
Wait a
better
second
and
here.
everything else. You guys are
You look around and see all these people 4 years ago would all went to jail for sitting here and doing what they're doing, in a sense. Because, I mean, come on, this is a legal industry and you guys got awesome jobs. You can sell cannabis and you can talk to people who love what they come in. I mean, congratulations and thank you guys for all the hard work you do in here, and get outside and smoke some more weed. Have a good time. Keep doing what you love doing, and always, you know, education is the key, and puff and pass.
Thanks, everybody.
Go smoke some. Oh, wait, Julie's coming. She's running. Wait a second. Don't go anywhere. I can see the full sprint. Here she comes. Here she comes. Here she comes. We were right on time for you. Wait a second. Oh,
We're giving away
she
free
has
stuff.
a gift.
Can we
Someone's
give away
winning
free
something.
stuff to everybody. I like doing that.
Well, Jeff's going to come up here too. I hope everybody's really enjoying themselves. How was the
You get a
food? The
car.
food was
You
good.
get a car.
Yeah, there we go. Jeff, this one's for you.
Thank you so much, Logan. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, Sabine. That was a great conversation. Isn't that interesting? I thought that quality was going to be something that was related to the growing medium or what food you feed it, but and we're talking about supply chain, right? It's preserving all the hard work that the grower does so that that plant is exactly what you're consuming at the end. So supply chain, interesting. Okay, so before we head on to our flower grading number 2, I have Jeff here from Borrow and Beyond. Like I said, his artwork and his pieces are like the gold standard. And he specializes in dab rigs. So with his generosity, he's issuing a really great door prize. So this is door prize number 1. And other prizes are going to be coming along the way. So please tell me about this item.
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know us, we have the table in the back there with the sweet glass pieces. So we supply a lot of cannabis retailers, and we do wholesale and retail of things like glass, of course, but also these quartz bangers that you put on a bong or any kind of piece that you have, super high quality. And it allows you to take dabs, any kind of concentrates you have. And we're going to draw a winner for this one. And Julie here is going to tell me who wins this, and they can come up onto the stage and collect their prize.
Okay, so the winner is Christina Redlin. Christina!
Come on
That's
down.
you! Congratulations! And this is made out of like all quartz, right?
Yes.
Like the whole thing.
Yeah, so the pieces are made out of glass, and then you want to be dabbing off of quartz because it's a super like pure material to be taking dabs off of. And congratulations. And do you dab yourself?
I have just started in the last couple months.
Well, that's perfect. You have the perfect thing to get started with. And yeah, congratulations, and thanks for coming out.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we can get our lights on. Thank you, Andy. Now we're gonna go on to our second jar. So same thing. You can assess the flower, grade it. We're going to do the timing for the second flower just a little bit tighter, okay? I'm going to give you 20 minutes, which should be sufficient, okay? So let's get real professional here and grade the flower. So as a reminder, your entire table should be grading the same flower in this instance. And if you roll the joint from the first flower, you can kind of do a cross comparison, all right? But yeah, we're focused on the second flower. And let's target to be back by 4 o'clock. Okay, Thanks.
This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Wick, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coot, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannwell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaraldas, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Hoss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Lectic Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BG, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Cream Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Clayton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfano, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without a seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin Mercurial, BG, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash,
Hey, everyone.
Mighty Cornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture.
Hello. We are going to switch the microphone a bit on that one. I had it set up a little bit funny. I just scared the living bejesus out of everybody in the entire room in one go by yelling very loud over the thing. So we'll turn off the music in the background for a second. We should have a fun day coming on. Hopefully you all are just waiting behind what is going on here. But we have a lot of fun stuff. Let's see. HD facing me. Hello. Maybe. So we are having fun. I got some cool stuff. Check this out. So this is if you're in Canada for the first time, or you're going to a licensed dispensary. One cool thing that we have here that I got to pick up today, and I thought I would show off. This is Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Ooh, what are these? Done? White Fire Funk, awesome. Very, very cool. White Fire Funk. We're gonna have to try these. Yeah. Awesome. We should connect at some point because I got it here. Just let me do a thing.
The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannarell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaranthus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Voss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without a seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, we should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Muscat Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Cream Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannarell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpis, Professor Matthew DeBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Voss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. For the seed, there is no life. Thanks to yin yang seeds, Yellowhammer genetics, we should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma seeds, South Bay genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan genetics, predictive breeding, Pride of the Lion seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis seeds, Muscat seeds, Legendary genetics, Khalifa genetics, Jinx Proof genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Lectic Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Smiley's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toad, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannabell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. A very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpis, Professor Matthew DeBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Voss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. Readers out there, we thank you. For the seed, there is no life. Thanks to yin yang seeds, Yellowhammer genetics, we should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma seeds, South Bay genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan genetics, predictive breeding, Pride of the Lion seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve genetics, Myers Creek cannabis seeds, Moscow seeds, legendary genetics, Khalifa genetics, Jinx Proof genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK genetics, Party Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and $2. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Kenneth Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannabell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. A very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpis, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. Out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Party Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and $2. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we like you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Saveri, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Cressive Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfano, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Ryan.
All right, everybody, can you hear me? Are you excited? Are you ready? We have more of the Collectors Cup coming to you in seconds, moments away.
Okay, everybody that is outside, please wrap up or finish your joint, please. Discard it in the appropriate disposal bin and head inside, because we are going to have a presentation from Marcus Richardson starting very shortly. So as soon as everybody can get back inside, for those that are outside on the patio, I know you can hear me, please wrap it up and come inside within the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
So 5 minutes off and we will be ready to go with Marcus.
Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you breeders out there, we thank you. For the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Musco Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun Grown Maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Saveri, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent family, rooted leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannabell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpis, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Moss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without a seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Party Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Smiley's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Saveri, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannabell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpis, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby.
Okay, how is flower number 2? I guess I'll wait and find out how it ends up scoring. So, I just want to introduce our next speaker. He is our keynote speaker. Marcus is a very important person to me. And yes, he's a legend and he's helped pioneer the industry, but my personal connection to him was one day when I was running a dispensary. We did a rebrand and did a basically a relaunch of our dispensary. So I just called up all of our vendors and said, hey, you know what? Like, we'd love to have you participate. Is there anything you can do? And he himself showed up with all his supplies, items. He gifted a bunch of samples and was right then and there from the start to the end. And so his dedication to being on the ground, assisting, small players like myself that I, was new to the industry. It was just his generosity of sharing his knowledge and his clout. I gotta say, he is one of the most beautiful people I've ever met. I spent a number of lunches and afternoons with him, and every single time I just can't get enough. So we have a very humble servant of Jah, and this is Marcus Richardson. Please give it up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably sit down here for a little bit. We'll see what happens. Oh, I begged her, don't call me a legend. I'm just the humble servant of Jah. I'm the legend of nothing. And if you don't believe it, I'll give you my wife's phone number and she'll confirm everything that I'm suggesting right now. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. This is awesome. Thanks, Julie and CannaReps. Since day one that I met Julie, I loved what she was doing. I love the idea of sensory science. It's very important. We're learning. We're at a more basic level right now in the cannabis industry, unfortunately, than say from the hops industry. But we're catching up and we're starting to learn more about these different volatile organic compounds. And I think events like this, where we actually pay attention to the sommelier aspect and trust our olfactory. Two things I would suggest when you are doing sensory evaluations of cannabis is learn what your sensitivities are. So if you have like a sensitivity to D-limonene or a sensitivity to whatever sort of compound, could even be THC, it's important to take that into account in the way that you evaluate the sensory aspects of cannabis. The second one would be to, if you have, and if you recognize them, a lot of people don't, but if you have blind spots, if you have compounds that you can't perceive. And so understanding what your sensitivities are and the compounds that you can't perceive, you might, someone might say, oh, this smells like this to me. And then the person next to them is like, wow, I don't get that at all. It's like, yeah, well, if they're missing a single thiol that they are unable to perceive, the compounds would smell very, very differently to them than it would be to you. So those are good things. But hats off to Julie and CannaReps for putting on events like this and supporting the frontliners, the Budtenders. You guys are the frontliners of our industry, so we definitely have mad respect for what you guys are doing. And I guess I'll start by just telling everyone a little bit about myself. I go by Marcus Richardson, aka the Bubble Man. Came from Manitoba originally at a very young age. I think I was 17 or 18. I decided to become an activist in the cannabis world. We were in the Bible Belt in Manitoba, so we were like, maybe we'll do like hemp activism. Yeah, we'll do hemp activism, because going to prison with hardcore criminals was not my idea of a good time. And the prison that we had outside of Winnipeg was very heavy, Stony Mountain Penitentiary. You did not want to be going into jail there as a habitual florist. So I avoided that. We did our hemp activism. We got the first hemp field growing in Manitoba in over 73 years. That was in 1995. And my partners went on to start the company Manitoba Harvest with the work that we did there. So you may have purchased those products at the grocery stores or whatnot. I basically left in 96 from Manitoba, came to British Columbia, hooked up with Hillary Black, a dear friend of mine, who was just kind of deciding in her life, should I go live in California with this guy that I've fallen in love with, or should I come to Canada, back to Canada, and start the BC Compassion Club? And I watched the BC Compassion Club, get, kind of created on my living room floor back in 97 while I was living in BC. And Hillary was really one of the only people I knew. We had known her from Hemp BC, from Mark Emery's place. And so I immediately became a sort of grower and philanthropist to the BC Compassion Club because I loved the idea of supporting the most vulnerable people in our society, people that are not only mentally ill and terminally ill, but also homeless, which is a pretty hardcore trio to be rocking. Some amazing people that I met back in those days, and we should all really thank all of them for their pioneering work, because the whole reason we can have an event like this today is based on a lot of the civil disobedience that Hillary was practicing at the BC Compassion Club, and that's how medical got into Canada, and Canada, of course, medical opened the door for federal legalization. So shout out to Hillary Black and all the good folks at the BC Compassion Club. I was helping them out a little bit too much, and at one point, someone was trying to steal all the cannabis out of their safe, trying to steal the safe, actually. They drove a car right through the front window of Commercial Drive store back in 99 or whenever it was, 98. And so she asked me, can you take this cannabis home? I'm worried it's going to get stolen. And it was like, I don't know, 16 and a half pounds. And there was a bit of cash that I just took it home. And that night I went through a roadblock at the Lionsgate Bridge and got busted with 16 and a half pounds and $6,000 cash. So that was fun. That really changed the sort of course of what I was doing and how I was sort of helping cannabis and the civil disobedience I was practicing. And that led me to realize I wasn't just going to be able to broker and sell cannabis at the rate that I was doing, which was at a fairly high rate in 97, 98. And so I needed to come up with something where I could, I mean, honestly, I'll be honest, it was my lawyer, John Conroy, who inspired this a great deal, because I would give him money, like cash in a paper bag, and that was proceeds of crime if the police caught me with it. But then he'd take the paper bag to the bank, and it was like, it was just legal money all of a sudden. Like he was like literally taking money from all these people in the cannabis industry, putting it in the bank, paying taxes on it, and it was legal. And I thought, I need to figure out how to do that. So I started a company called Fresh Headies, and I started popularizing these sets of bags that I coined bubble bags, which are the water extraction bags that we'll talk a little bit about today here, that basically using water and ice, you can isolate the glandular trichome heads of cannabis and in a very pure form. And we're going to go through some macro photographs and talk about that in a little bit here as well. So this company was right at the onset of digital cameras. You know, to give you an idea, the Sony CyberShot in 1999 was a 2.2 megapixel camera. 2 megapixel camera. That was one of the first digital cameras that you could take pictures of something that was at your home and then upload it onto the internet. This was also during a time where cannabis.com, cannabisculture.com, overgrow.com, cannabisworld.com, all of these sites were popping up, and people who were in the cannabis community, growers and dealers and hash makers and breeders and all of these different people, were suddenly like brave enough, and they were living all over where you could get in serious trouble for this level of civil disobedience that they were practicing. And now we were on a website and we could all communicate with one another. And it was the most incredible thing. And the timing of that thing, the timing of me getting busted, which I thought was the worst thing at the time. And I learned that it was probably my own manifestation coming to me as they often do, which is as an obstacle. And then you have to get over your own ego and see past the obstacle and turn it into an opportunity. I could have played the victim. I could have woe is me. I lost the weed. I lost the cash. I'm busted. I'm a heat score. I can't sell weed anymore. But instead, I decided, maybe I'll pioneer something new, like water extraction, not just in Canada, but all over the world through these websites. And I'll start teaching people how to make this incredible quality hash at their own, in their own homes, which was, you know, the opposite of sort of the other concentration that was popular in 99. 2 months after I released my bags, Indra released the BHO method on neuroid.org. And that was, his karma was very different from my karma. And I know Indra very well. He basically put this method out there as a scientist, but not understanding that young people would get a hold of it. And then they started blowing up, burning their houses down, blowing their hands off, and doing this whole variety of things that is very, very dangerous. So it was a unique place to be in 99 as the water extraction guy versus all of these BHO communities, which I will say now, the majority of the people I know from the BHO community back in the day, they all smoke live hash rosin. So we're going to talk about solventless extractions, the 3 different practices that I personally use, my solventless quiver. But I figured I'd take you through some photographs because for me, before I could learn about terpenes and terpenoids and thiols and esters and esterification of terpenes and cannabinoids and trichomes and capitate stalks and all of these different sort of terminologies, I first had to see what they were, and I wasn't seeing enough with my naked eye. So around 2007, 2008, I started practicing macro photography, and I started photographing cannabis with a macro lens and bringing it to my eyes, bringing that world into my brain in a way that I could make more sense of it and have a deeper understanding of what it was, what it is that is going on at these levels. So I just want to kind of quickly walk you through some of these photos, and then we'll talk a little bit about dry sifting, rosin, and bubble hash. So let me see. Okay, we're going the other way. So this is just a picture of seeds, just a picture of seed. It all starts with a seed. Julie asked me earlier, could you speak to what makes a great quality? How do you make a great quality as a hash maker? Hash makers don't make great quality. And I know that might sound confusing to you, but what hash makers do, and concentration extract artists, whatever you want to call them, they unveil what the genetics, the genes, and the grower, along with the terroir and the methodologies of growing, all of those variables, that's where quality is created. The hash maker does not create quality. He or she unveils quality if it's there. And we do that through what we practice, which is purification. We create purity. You want it to be as pure as possible, and you'll see in some of these pictures, some of the hash that I've made is just that, extremely pure. This was a photograph of Sleestack crossed with skunk number 1 from DNA Genetics, and it was, I don't know, 2009 or 2010 in Amsterdam, and Aaron from the D, or the A from DNA, Don and Aaron, of course, is the name of those 2 guys, DNA. He asked me to take a photo for the inside of one of their hats. So when you took the hat off, you would get this picture of seeds. And it all starts with a seed, so I figured let's start this with a seed. Next up, this is a macro photograph of a hash plant seed that was 25 years old at the time of cracking. I did not keep it in a freezer. It was in a refrigerator for about the last 10 years, but at room temperature for quite a while. And I thought it would be a neat thing to document. And it's also the striations, the harshness of the crack in the seed. You can really see how sharp it is. And I learned something when I took these pictures, because what I did not know, this is also a 25-year-old plant from Jamaica that I collected in 1995. And it's, I wouldn't call it a cultivar, because lamb's bread isn't, and it's lamb's bread, not breath. It's the bread of the lamb. That's what the cultivar is called. Lots of people mix that up and call it lamb's breath, but it's actually lamb's bread. And this was, lamb's bread would be in Jamaica kind of like someone saying sativa. It would be more like for a genre of plants than an actual cultivar. There is no one single lamb's bread plant, but there are narrow leaf drug cultivars that are considered to be lamb's bread, around Jamaica. Less so now, unfortunately, but this one I collected in 95 and it was spectacular. Just a cool up close shot, and you see how sharp the husk of the seed is, and how delicate and slug-like the root of the cannabis plant is. So these are extremely opposing worlds, so close together, and that veil of like a half a centimeter, a quarter of a centimeter is life or death, because if the seed touches that sharp edge and grows out and opens itself up, it will be dead. So it's a very delicate process. Shout out to the breeders that are creating good genetics. And there's a whole process on how this happens without your seeds dying. And this is a big part of that process. So this is called a bitument. And this bitument is like the sac that the embryo grows in inside the calyx when the male pollen hits the stigma, the pistillate hair. It travels one single piece of pollen, just like one sperm, one egg, travels down into the calyx, and it creates one single seed. This brown pad in the middle is actually what's sitting at the bottom of the calyx, and then that material is this membrane that wraps around the embryo, and it allows the embryo to birth out of the seed husk without damage. So this is a very, very important part of seed breeding. And if you're growing seeds that produce a membrane that is too thin, you'll have less success rate in your germination. So this is, I don't know, I find it interesting. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Just a couple more pictures of this bitument, because I thought it was so neat. Anyone that's grown enough seeds has seen the bitumen get trapped on the cotyledon. These are the first two leaves on the plant, and as any grower knows, they're called the cotyledon. They're not true leaves in the sense that they're not serrated. They're just round little leaves, and they're called the cotyledon. When the bitumen gets trapped on the cotyledon the way this is, if you don't help it and remove it, it'll only take a couple of days before the interior, the epicotyl, which is the part that we're going to see next, the true cannabis leaves that are trying to come out in the V, the bottom of this photo, they suffocate and they die, and then that is also a poor germination rate. This is just kind of cool. I thought it looked like a walnut husk. It's just the seed husk that the cannabis plant in the bitumen has expelled after rooting and growing. And another photo of the same thing with the cotyledon and that bitumen all in one place. They all used to be residing right inside this little husk. I just think that's so cool, personally. And yeah, this right where this little piece of light is where we're going to see the epicotyl produce. And this will also be interesting for people. So you see these little arms. You can see right away the epicotyl looks like wet tissue paper, and it is pretty much that delicate. And so it grows these types of non-glandular trichomes. So these are trichomes that have a different purpose than producing aromatic volatiles and cannabinoids. Instead, they produce these little arms that allow the epicotyl to pull itself off of the cotyledon without getting stuck. And anyone that's grown has seen, once again, if you don't produce genetics that produce strong enough trichomes in this particular place on that epicotyl coming out of the cotyledon, you can run into problems. And all of these things, you can see how deep this rabbit hole goes, right? Literally with your eyes, you can see it. It's really quite something to start understanding, like what in the genetics creates a strong success rate of germination. And then that's not even to get into account what gene synthases are present and turned on, meaning, you know, a plant that has a gene synthase of CBDA, if it's in the off position, that plant will not produce CBDA. You can take that plant as breeding stock and produce CBDA in the offspring because the synthase is there, but you need to breed it in to be turned on. So all of the volatile organic compounds, those are gene synthases that are turned on to produce these very unique profiles that Julie definitely loves, because I heard her talking about it. I think it's so awesome how much she geeks out on cannabis and absolutely just truly loves cannabis. And it's one of the unique things about our community. It's really something that a lot of us absolutely love. You can see a little damage on the cotyledon here. That's probably from where that membrane was left on a little bit too long. And you can see it just starts eating into the plant. And that plant would have been dead in a very, very near future. That's a 25-year-old seed. So I don't know how many of you grow, but maybe, I don't even know how many of you are over 25 years old. But when you have a seed that's over 25 years old or around that, you want to give it the best care possible. You can see here the epicotyl is absolutely covered in trichomes now. The top of it is very white. That's where the two leaves meet. They're going to separate here very soon. This is just a cool picture of a pistillate hair. I thought it was like buddies, you know, they're just holding hands on the plant. This is where the seeds, you can see these are other types of trichomes that are growing on the outside of this pistillate hair. Each pistillate hair comes out of a calyx. Sometimes you'll get 2 coming out of a calyx. And that's how the plant gets pollinated. Pollen hits one of those trichomes. It gets sucked into the interior of the pistillate and travels down below and produces a seedling to pass on that genetics. This would be the mycorrhizosphere of the root system. So just a kind of very hard picture to take, but this is the root tap, and these little mycorrhizosphere hairs are the things that will help the plant sequester the compounds that it needs in order to express itself in the way that you want it to, which is ideally strong terpene and volatile organic compound expression, and obviously a nice strong cannabinoid profile as well. So this is a picture of the epicotyle. It's now growing a little bigger, and I wanted to show this because a lot of people that tell me they grow say, oh, we don't spray once it blooms. Once the trichomes are in development, we don't spray anymore. And I show them this picture and say, these are glandular trichomes on the first set of leaves of a seedling. So yeah, ideally, particularly if it's some sort of systemic poison, don't spray those on your plants. We're volatilizing this stuff into our lungs, and it's probably best. This is also a picture of the epicotyle showing clearly bulbous trichome heads all over the outside of it, as well as, once again, another type of non-glandular trichome, which is called the cystolith hair. So there's, in general, about 6 of these different types of trichomes. I've shown you quite a few of them on the epicotyle, on the pistillate hair, and also the cystolith hairs here on the epicotyle. So those are 3 types of non-glandulars. Then we're going to talk about the 3 types of glandular trichomes, which, here's a couple of them right here. This is, oh, I don't know what I did there. I don't know what I'm doing here. Sorry. I think she has this set up a little different than I normally do. Bear with me. I think we're back. Yes. Okay. So this is a picture I took of a good friend of mine's cannabis. It was the Burmese, fucking incredible. And this was Opus from Cannabis Culture days. I liked it because it had a refraction of a cannabis leaf in the trichome head. So these taller trichomes are called capitate stalk. And these little shorter ones aren't actually capitate stalks at a different level of maturity, but they're a totally different type of trichome called capitate sessile. The first ones we saw that were just the little balls stuck on the leaf, those ones are called bulbous. And from an inhalation standpoint, you want a cultivar that has capitate stalks and capitate sessiles, especially from an extraction standpoint, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So keep in mind, all of the medicinal compounds, some of you may want to argue this in your mind, but science disagrees with you. All of the volatile compounds, all of the cannabinoids are found inside the glandular trichome of this head. These capitate stalks are made of cellulose, so like the same thing a cardboard box is made of, which is also what the majority of the plant is made out of, cellulose and fiber. So really what you learn about cannabis, that the same way when it produces, if you want to produce wonderful clothes from hemp, you don't take the seeds, you don't take the resin, you don't take the buds, you take the cellulose and the fiber from the plant. So you take the one from the whole. If you want to access the essential amino acid rich seed oil in the embryo, you don't squish the cellulose, you don't squish the fiber or the bud, you take the seed and squish that or remove the embryo, and that's where all of the essential amino acids are produced in the plant. So it's not like this is my opinion, it's just the way the plant is. If you want to access the cellulose for making paper, you don't use the seed, you don't use the bud. So when it comes to accessing the medicinal components, whether it's for recreational perspective or medical perspective, it's all happening in this resin gland. And I have people all the time tell me, I don't like hash, I just smoke the flower. And I just say, well, that's okay, you're still smoking the hash. You just prefer it diluted on biomass so that you're getting less amounts of it. And it's different. Like when you smoke cannabis, it's totally different from when you smoke hash. There's no doubt about that. But if I take the resin off the cannabis and I do it really well and you smoke it, you won't want to smoke any more of it. Like factual. The resin needs to be present on the flower to create the high that you're getting there. So glandular trichomes, 3 different kinds. This is a Astro Boy photo. I grew this plant and I photographed it. This is a really good example of the capitate stalk, how tall it is, and then the capitate sessles next to it. When you're producing hash-producing cultivars for the hash market, you know, there's plants that have 40% bulbous heads. So 40% of all the trichomes on the plant are bulbous. And you have to understand that they don't extract in solventless processing. They don't extract with mechanical screen separations. They don't wash off the plant. Washing and dry sifting require this long cap, this long stalk with a little head on top where it's easy to break it off and it snaps off. And then you use a variety of ways to isolate those, which we're going to talk about for a few minutes after I get through these photos. Another fan leaf, this is always a good sign. You want to grow genetics that produce large amounts of cannabinoids. I'm not as much worried about high THC, but I do like a very dense amount of trichomes, and I want 90 to 95% of the trichomes that are on the plants that I wash to be capitate stalked and capitate sessile. I want 5% or less to be bulbous. And if you isolated these glands into capitate stalks, capitate sessile, and bulbous, you hit the bulbous ones, you'd realize they're waxy, they're thick, they contain a very unique oil compound that often lights on fire if you have a flame near it. It's very much like the 45 micron bubble hash, but very hard to extract. And it's the difference between solvent and solventless. When you have a solvent guy say, I ran that material and I got 24%. And you have a solventless guy say, wow, I ran that material and I got 14%. These are dry weights, not fresh frozen. Where does that difference come from? That difference comes from the fact that he's using a solvent, or she, to isolate or to extract and melt all trichomes present. So all the bulbous heads are going in there. And if it's 40%, you're going to literally get a 40% yield higher than your solventless counterpart. This is also important for LPs and hash makers to understand these things so that they're not making hash from the wrong genetics. If your whole process is to make dry sift and you're using cultivars that are bulbous rich in the glandular trichome area, you're missing the boat. You need to kind of go back and be like, okay, we need to have specific cultivars for specific processes. Otherwise, in these tough margins that we're in, it becomes a very difficult. This is a UBC Rockstar from Remo, the urban grower. I thought it was a good plant to show the anthocyanin striations in the capitate stalk, these little purple colorets. They often come in through stress, cold, different things that happen to the plant in the fall. It's why a lot of plants produce anthocyanin. It's an antioxidant. It's found in blueberry skin. It's found in all sorts of different flowers. And it's healthy to take orally, not so much to smoke it. It is water soluble, so your water, when you wash anthocyanin-rich products, the water will be very purple. It doesn't very often translate into the resin itself. It can with rosin, but it's less likely with bubble. I've seen it, but it's far and few between. Just a little bumblebee that landed on a plant when Johnny B and I were on my deck one day filming a Puff Wednesday, and this little guy came and landed on. It was one of Johnny B's buds, actually. Shows you the difference between the size of an insect, and you can see in the corner here, these are the glandular trichome heads. I thought it was kind of a neat photo, just to horrify anyone that wanted to see what an insect looked up close, but also to show the difference between a tiny little insect, yet it's still like 50 to 100 times bigger than those trichomes. Some trichomes that were really showing, you can see these little circles are different types of organelles. And so you have plastids and you have vacuoles, and plastids produce phenols and vacuoles produce hydrocarbons, and those hydrocarbons are terpenes. And so these are the little labs that cannabinoids become cooked into existence. It's the reason why I prefer hash over oil, whether it's rosin or full melt bubble. I find full melt bubble to be much more of like a 5-course meal because the laboratory that cooked all of these compounds into existence is present. It's in the resin gland, so you're not filtering it out with heat and pressure. That being said, I certainly wouldn't kick rosin out of bed for eating crackers. That's something weird my dad would have said back in the day about something else, but I said it. I thought this was cool too. Couple trichomes pounding each other out. Respect Mon, some Jamaican trichomes right there. I don't remember what the cultivar was, but it was from my buddy Archie in Kingston, growing great weed. It would have been something gassy and cushy for sure, because that's what those guys loved. This is 5 minutes perfect. This is a picture of material that I washed. This, I will talk about bubble hash real quickly for those of you that know or don't know. This is a way to purify glandular trichome heads into a very pure form, isolating them using water and ice, breaking the heads off. They sink. They're very brittle in the cold ice water. In the mixture, they break, and they're still affected by gravity, so they sink in the water while everything else floats. You end up with a very clean product. You can see these are all capitate stalks and sessles with no heads on them, so I clean that plant very effectively. And then you can also see when you clean the plant effectively, this is what your hash should look like, and this is what I meant by purity. This grower, this breeder produced an incredible genetic, produced an incredible expression of that genetic, grew to perfection. All I really did was isolate the resin glands and purify them. So did I make the quality? No, I created the purity, which unveiled the quality. Unveiling the flame. This is some of my mentor, Skunkman Sam's full melt dry sift, been sifted to perfection. This is a much harder thing to do when you don't have water on your side and everything is falling through. Hopefully I'll get to speak on the difference between dry sifted. These are dry sifted, but they're very clean. Sorry, keep doing that, but we'll go back down here real quick. We're almost done. I took a lot of photos. Holy shit. So these are all dry sifts. We can kind of whip through them. And then there's some rosin and some dry sift pressed. This is some bubble hash that's very fresh. But what I wanted to get to, these are air dried products from Barcelona. Really nice orange soils and heat that volatilizes the product while it's drying. So we're not using freeze dryers in this instance. It congeals together. And it's very different. These are all air dried bubbles from back in the day. Producing different colors. This shows the purity of the bubble. We call this 6-star full melt bubble. It melts into a liquid, and it is really the holy grail of the hash world. I don't think it'll be sold at dispensaries for a while. I don't think it'll be something you see your customers coming in and asking for quite as much as pre-rolled joints and other hashes, but we'll get there as we do it together. More rosin. What I wanted to show was what dry sift looks like under the microscope. So you saw the bubble hash, you saw the purity of the bubble hash. This is really important from a Budtender standpoint. When someone comes in and they say, I want the best bang for my buck, I want to buy a gram of hash, and there's a $40 gram of bubble, but there's a $20 or a $15 gram of dry sift, you have to understand the $15 to $20 gram, let's say it's $20, which is half the price of the bubble at 40. The purity of this is 10%. And if you understand what that means, it means 10% of this product is glandular trichome heads and active. 90% of it is not. Which means to get 1 gram of glandular trichome heads, you would have to buy 10 grams of this product at $15 to $20 a gram. So now you're $200 into your gram of heads versus the $40 gram that you could have got of bubble. So this isn't a story that the COA is telling. Oh, well, this one's 60% THC and this one's 30. So $40, $20. It makes sense. It's half the price. It's half the THC. That's just confusing people. The reality is you want to understand when you're purchasing hash, what is the purity of the hash of glandular trichomes? What is the percentage of trichome heads that are in that hash? Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes you need sift like this. I like it to be at least 20 to 25% heads. But when we make our hazel joints, which are the pure hash joints that have no paper and no glue, it can't be too high of a purity. If it's that full melt bubble and you go to light the joint and it starts dripping and melting and it won't burn consistently, then that product is not going to be effective. So there are times where you want hash to be of this particular caliber, but in my opinion, it's for novel products where you, and the fact is also, it's a much more mellow smoke. And a lot of people that smoke hash, I'm sure you guys would agree with this. Not most people are not carrying around rigs and smoking $100 grams of live hash rosin. That is a small percentage of the customers that are coming into dispensaries. They want pre-rolled joints, they want gummies and different drinks, and of course, herb, eighths and ounces and whatnot. But hash is still very much niche. So it's all about kind of educating. It's a fun little rabbit hole to go down. I have a bunch of different social media you can check out. My YouTube channel is called BC Bubbleman's World. And there's a show called Hash Church. I would implore all of you, if you really want to learn about cannabis and get yourself some PhDs, go and watch that show. There's a couple hundred episodes. It's me basically moderating a panel of 6 to 15 absolutely inspirational, incredible, high caliber people who have lived the experience that they're sharing, patient stories, breeders, growers, people that have opened stores, Budtender, like everyone from every aspect, doctors and PhD chemists, the whole 9 yards. We're all getting together, sharing about a plant that we love. And I do hope in the future to meet some of the most gung-ho, passionate, obsessed budtenders, because I'd love to do a hash church with some of you guys on. I like the idea of the information that you have being shared to a wider audience, because you guys are the front lines. You're talking to people every day. And yeah, I take this shit pretty seriously. It's my life's passion. It's my life's work. I've never really done anything else other than cannabis. So I'll finish off by thanking each and one of you for being a part of the industry and being a part of the community. More important, we have our own culture. We don't need it to be recreated. And keep doing what you're doing. Sell tons of weed. Can you believe you get to sell weed? That is fucking awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I learn so much every single time he speaks. But more importantly, I don't know, I just learn about what it takes to be a humble human being. Like, I just love Marcus's essence. So thank you so much for donating your time. He took time away from making beautiful hash just to be with us today. So appreciate that. All right. So next up, I'm going to have Brittany from Weed Pool do a little spiel about what the Weed Pool Co-op is all about. So Brittany, are you around? Yes, Brittany Guthrie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate you guys taking your time to listen to me and Weed Pool and what we are bringing to BC. So if you haven't heard of Weed Pool before, it was created in Saskatchewan by a bunch of retailers who realized that the direct sales between LP to retail stores was just not feasible, and it became a logistical nightmare. So together, these retailers created a co-op. And as of August 15th, you guys all know, direct sales became accessible for us. But again, running into the same problems, trying to find the micros and small standard processors and producers, trying to order from them and manage multiple invoices, multiple stock days. It's just not realistic. So I'm very, very humbled. I'm very honored that Weed Pools decided to expand into other provinces, including BC. And this means that if you're a retailer, private or independent, we're looking for members to sign up. There's annual dividends, there's vendor benefits, there's open Discord channels to talk to all the other retail members. There's going to be exclusive products that are not available to the BCLDB, actually not available to non-members either, which is going to really help you guys diversify your stores and kind of edge away from the transactional experience that the BCLDB has created for us. So this is going to be one single shopping portal. You order, one shipment, one stock day, one invoice, really simple. You guys can still have specific days where you can tell your customers, you know, Tuesdays are BCLDB, Thursdays we get our weed pool order, and you can keep things consistent and make it easier. And whatever you guys need, whatever you guys want, whatever kind of products you're looking for, we're going to be able to communicate with the micros, small standard processors and producers to get those products done for you. So it really, it's about community, it's about just overall cooperation and transparency with you guys, with the micros. We're really trying to open that door for everyone so that you're not just ordering off a web page and communicating with a website. So I'm really excited about it. I hope you guys are too. If you have questions, concerns, you're bored, you need a cool toque, we're over in the corner, and we want to talk to you guys. We need your help. This is about everybody working together in tandem with different associations to get the word out there and to help you guys make this work and make it functionable and profit off of it as well, which is nice. So anyway, thank you. That was short and sweet. Enjoy the rest of your night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Okay, awesome. I would like to begin the flower gradings, number 3, the final grading. So this is where you can open up your jars, fill in your gradings, and then this round, I'm going to try to keep it a tight 20 minutes. So if we can all agree to be back at our seats by 5:05. And I would really appreciate it if you can input all your scores into the digital form so we can compute everything and then announce the best flower winner. So as a reminder, if you already have joints rolled from your previous 2 flowers, you want to do cross references, this is your opportunity. But yeah, here you are ready to grade flower number 3, and please be back by 5:05. Thank you.
Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you readers out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang seeds, Yellowhammer genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma seeds, South Bay genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan genetics, predictive breeding, Pride of the Lion seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis seeds, Muscat seeds, Legendary genetics, Khalifa genetics, Jinx Proof genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BG, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioArc, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Westport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Canwell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaralpus, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you breeders out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, weed should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Moscow Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Ross, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and 2 Bucks. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Spidey's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, and Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Westport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Joltry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Canwell, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfeld, taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Muscat Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 Seed Bank, and $2. Forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BG, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Smiley's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Cream Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to his viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Safari, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hearty Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf, Hunter Herbs, London, Ken Somerville, John Burfellow, Elka, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon Russ, Trevor Whip, Kevin Jodry, Mean Gene, Clackamas Coot, Duke Diamond, Tommy Chow, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaraldas, Professor Matthew DiBacco, Dr. Bruce Buxby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you breeders out there, we thank you. Without the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, we should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Muscat Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Hearty Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond Seeds, Blackbird Preservations, Black Market Breeders, AK Bean Brains, Ali Seeds, 707 seed bank and $2. And we haven't forgotten the contributions of the revolution has begun. Sun-grown maize, Kevin McCarran, BD, Humboldt Seed Company, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, BioAg, Smiley's Garden, Professor Bloodstash, Blue Green Tank, Wendy Kornberg, Miss Rat Reefer, The Green Goddess, Sasquatch, AJ, Sticky Lounge, Mile High Gardener, Heal Thyself Gardens, Slimer, Lower Left Organics, High Yield Horticulture, Bird Extracts, Periwaska. For those names I can't remember, we thank you. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped. The revolution has begun and can't be stopped.
Hey everybody, we're going to be starting the Budtender games. We're going to be doing them with Julie. Oh, I can check it now. Check. Hello? I think your back ones are still on. Check. I can hear myself lovely in here, but am I coming through on the radio? I think it should be fine now. This feels good for me. It's perfect. Check. And it's still coming. Yeah, it should be still coming through. Let me check. Check. Yep, perfect. Thank you. High five. All right, we're going to get going on the Budtender games here any second. We will be getting rolling on the Budtender games here any second. We will be up in a moment doing the Budtender games here. So don't go anywhere, y'all. It's going to be a lot of fun. Check. Yeah, we've been doing audio check. Make sure that we're good to go. Hopefully I should be coming through nice and loud and clear to y'all. Let me know if I'm not. Have y'all been having fun so far? You good to go? Let's go.
This is working?
Yep, we are good to go.
Okay.
We're perfect.
All right.
Good, we're on camera.
So we're going to be introducing the Budtender games, and the Budtender games is all about skills development, whether it is the skill in your senses, like see, smell, touch, feel. And we just found really unique ways to show appreciation to the budtenders and the people working in the industry to say, hey, your job and your work requires a real skill. It's not the same as working at a coffee shop or anything like that. So this is what we do. So we invite our guests to come to our terpene table, and as you smell each jar, no, you're here. Come on, do it. You're on. Come on. You're beautiful. Come on. So I'm just describing. You don't need to do anything. So we're just smelling isolated terpenes, and trying to identify what is myrcene, what is beta-caryophyllene, what is each of the different aromas, the isolated terpenes. Very different from what the bouquet of the cannabis flower and what that overall aroma is. But the foundation of it is identifying the isolated terpene.
Which is awesome and a lot of fun. And I love this because as chefs, we did a lot of training in this as well. And it's something that we don't often assign. We had a conversation about this actually last night on one of our other shows. One of the challenges in the cannabis space and in any consumption space where you're taking things in is the influence to aroma, right? So that's what sommeliers, when you're looking at wine connoisseurs, high-end foodies, people that are, running massive restaurants that are centered around their sense of flavor, is they have to break through the influence of what is told to them, right? And often what we get is, oh, hey, this is going to taste like lemon, this is going to taste like cherry. So what do? When we taste something, we search for those flavors. And even if they're in minute concentrations, those are the highlights that we're going to be when really flavor and taste is unique to the individual. So you need to learn how to analyze and do those things yourself. So by giving those pre-recognitions, we create that challenges. So exercises like these are what we would do in the chef space to try and analyze. Now, of course, it would be a strawberry, a glass of wine and something
so an
else.
Aroma rather than an isolated terpene.
Yeah, which is a volatile compound, which is a terpene or an ester or a...
Exactly. So the next level would be the combination of an aroma to say, hey, stinky feet, rotten cheese, whatever it may be. That is a combination of all volatile compounds that combine together to make an overall aroma and flavor. So the best nose competition is the final competition where we have contestants come up. I'm going to be giving them the jars, and they need to write down what they believe that terpene is, and whoever wins gets an amazing prize.
So is that what we're going to do here?
That's what we're going to be doing later on stage. Yeah, this was the practice round.
This is the practice round. Okay, so you guys are going to be doing this later on stage. We get to watch it.
Live.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So there are a couple other games. Are we going to go check those out and talk about those in a minute too? So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 1 minute, all right?
I was like, oh, okay, come take pictures.
This song was inspired by the Future Cannabis Project, who has been instrumental in the revolution and dedicated to its viewers. Special merit goes out to Peter Surrey, Brian and Marco, Leighton Morrison, Chad Resport, Chris Guerrero, Mr. Toe, Mr. Trees, Hardy Gear, James Loud, the Crescent Family, Rooted Leaf,
all right.
The Herbs, London,
this was the waving.
John Burfellow, Matthew Gates, Matt Powers, Brian Mason, Brandon.
Check, here we go.
What? Hey, jar.
Mean Gene, Clackamas Coop, Diamond.
So we have our next Budtender. While we're waiting for that, can you tell me a little bit? Looking for a little bit about these banners that you've put all over the place.
Yeah, so one of the foundations of a cannabis sommelier is to understand the regions of cannabis where it's grown. And because cannabis is a reflection of the environment that it's in, there are some distinctive features of certain areas because it has a unique environment, unique climate. And so, of course, the cannabis plant is going to adapt and adjust that way. So we just chose 4 key locations where cannabis is really known for, such as this one is the Afghan region from Afghanistan, broadleaf plant, and it has a more musty, earthy, mulching leaves type of aroma. We were just at the Kush booth. That's a higher elevation in the Hindu Kush region, so northern India, Himalayan areas, and also a broadleaf drug type plant, but it expresses very differently than the Afghan. It is more gassy, more pine, and some of that skunk, and very different morphology in terms of the bud. It's more dense and tends to be smaller than the Afghans. So as we move to the different booths, we'll take a look at Haze and Himalayan. But what we have right now is this is another Budtender game. It's weighing 8th. And so let's play it, London. Let's see
Okay,
how
let's
good
do
you
this one.
are.
Okay.
So
I don't know. I'm going to be the worst at this because I haven't had to weigh weed for 10 years. I've been growing it. It's you put it in a zip and you pull out a handful when you need some.
well, that's
ganja.
nice when you grow it, but you know, like for
So
us,
I got to weigh an eighth though.
yes, let's weigh an eighth.
I
Let's see
gotta
how
take
good.
all of
Let's,
my
you and I,
shutdowns.
we're gonna compete right now. Okay, let's do it. Let's weigh an eighth. Let's see, and then we have Jar here that's gonna be helping us determine. Hey, do we have the eighth correct?
I'm done.
Okay, let's do it. All right, so
Who wants to go first?
you. Oh, you already tarred it.
Yeah.
It's already all good.
Okay.
All right, you have
How's that tar?
6 point. Oh yeah, because he was at minus 13.
Yeah, because of the bowl.
Okay.
So we're at 6.59. I'm gonna be
I have
way
fat
worse.
eighths.
I'll buy an eighth from you anytime.
No!
Mine's 12.5.
What? Is that correct? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Let's just
that's okay.
recalibrate. Okay, let's tar it.
Yeah, tear it and pour it in there now.
Okay.
Tear it and pour the bowl. Pour that.
Pour in it. Yeah.
And where are we at? I got
5.12.
5.12.
Okay, so
how much
now-
is it in an eighth?
And then pour that.
How many grams are in an eighth?
3.5.
Okay, really?
Oh, 6.5. Wow, we weigh fat eighths.
Those are, but you know what? The bud's pretty dense.
The
too.
bud is dense, so-
I didn't take a lot of time with this. It's really nice, actually. This is a flower.
It's nice flour.
Can you tell me who this is yet?
Yeah, I can. Well, this one is non-competition flour.
Non-competition
So
flower.
Peanut butter breath.
Peanut butter breath. Do you know who is it grown by?
Distinct.
Distinct. This
Mhm.
is some fucking fire, man. Like, okay, this is
Yeah.
your show. This is the weed that they're using to throw around. That's the funny part.
Well, I'm just saying, as we go into the finals, I'm going to be bringing up 3 different cultivars. So not all eighths look the same. Not all eighths are going to take the total same amount of volume. It's all about the different moisture content. It's all about the different morphology.
Yeah, it's always going to change, which is
Yeah.
cool. But, oh,
Yeah. So it's a
fire.
skill,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. All right, next one. Next
one.
game.
Yep, let's
Well,
do it.
you walk us over, and I'll just point it straight at you.
Okay, so Daniel. I just want you to stand there and look pretty. Sure. All right, so this is another Budtender game. Now, this is the biggest competition. It is the Cannabis Sommelier Flower Blind ID. So what that is I have 3 jars, and it has some product in here, and the name of the game is to guess the name of the cultivar and the producer. And so I chose.
I'm just saying, is it brought to you by Dunn?
It is brought to you by Dunn, but
So it's
none
a-
of the flowers are done.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
Uh-huh.
that's the trick. They're trying to trick you
Yes,
there.
the prize is given by Dunn, but none of these flowers are actually done.
Can I have a second question? Are these cultivars on the regular market? Like, if I go to the store, I'm going to find them on a regular basis. Probably suggested by some of the people here, right?
Oh yeah, so I chose flowers that are, in my opinion, common and distinctive. Okay, because I'm not going to choose a common flower that a lot of growers grow, and there's different phenotypes and expressions going around. Like, I'm going to choose a flower that's distinctive enough that I could recognize, and any seasoned consumer and budtender should know these flowers. Of course, when we get to the final round, it's going to get a little bit harder. But this is the preliminary round that's going to pick out the top 5, hopefully, of the best guessers. So can you guess one?
No, I'm not even getting. And the reason I don't think you can, unless you are. Well, I couldn't, because I'm just not tasting this product on a regular day. But I bet you there are tons of people here that are tasting these things on the regular that can get it. You need experience with the product to be able to understand that, and that's part of the challenge. Because I don't like it when it comes to cannabis in general. The individual strains or lines an individual plant can taste differently whether it's grown in a different place or not. So it's really hard to this smells like that. I was like, no way, you can't smell that, no way. But some things have those characteristics, like terpenoline dominant or gaseous dominant. So they're really fine. But the thing is that was how it was. But now we're in an illegal space, and these producers are putting out stuff that's consistent, regular, and high quality. So
that's the plan, and that's the thing, right? I'm choosing flowers that have a proper representation of the cultivar as chosen by the breeder, right? So the breeder's saying, hey, this is the phenotype, this is the genetics that I want to express, and these are the growers that are growing it to kind of meet that expectation. Of course, there's going to be variances, but what I hope to do is develop, people's appreciation for certain cultivars.
And it's the way to go. And this is the way to do it. I'm excited to see that. So how far are we from the tail end here? What's the excitement that's happening?
What's going to happen is we're going to kick off the joint rolling competitions, which is number one, the most creative joint. Okay. So you can use unlimited number of papers. You can use a maximum 3 grams, and let's see what they come up with. And then we're going to kick off the Budtender games live on stage.
Awesome. And we'll be here, there, and everywhere trying to get as much of this on camera for you as possible. Thanks again, and keep it growing. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you. Okay. So can you get the? Thank you. You're wicked.
Tommy Chong, Danny Danko, Steve Cannibal, Michael Hendon, Jason Wilson, Mila Jensen, Benjamin Accardio, Mariah LaChapelle. And a very special thank you for the dedication and for bringing the science into what we believe in goes to Dr. Ethan Russo, Jeff Lowenfels, Dr. Elaine Ingham, Dr. Christine Jones, Dr. James White, Dr. Olivia Hussein, Dr. Mike Amaranthus, Professor Matthew DiVacco, Dr. Bruce Bugsby, Dr. Bob Foss, Dr. Annabis, Vincenzo Di Marzo, Harley Smith. And for you breeders out there, we thank you. For the seed, there is no life. Thanks to Yin Yang Seeds, Yellowhammer Genetics, we should taste good. The Ranch, the American one, Sonoma Seeds, South Bay Genetics, Sour Legacy, Sour Rebel Genetics, Seattle Chronic, Seattle Gas and Seeds, Russian Landrace Bureau, Romulan Genetics, Predictive Breeding, Pride of the Lion Seeds, Pistol Positive, Nerve Genetics, Myers Creek Cannabis Seeds, Muscat Seeds, Legendary Genetics, Khalifa Genetics, Jinx Proof Genetics, Hoku Seed Company, HBK Genetics, Party Gear, Genome Alchemy, Free Thinkers Conservation, Family Tree Seeds, Emerald Mountain Legacy, Elka, Electric Elegance, Dog Ray Genetics, Cunning Folk, Coastal Seed Company, CNH Botanicals, Brandon Russ, Boneyard Seeds, Bodie Seeds, Blood Diamond.
3 flowers. So we're gonna be inputting the information. So I do ask that you start entering it into the actual digital quality grading form. And we do need to cut it off so that the computation works properly. So please get that in as soon as possible. And our cannabis sommeliers can actually assist you with that as well. Okay, so before I kick off the Budtender games, I would like to invite Jeff back up on stage. And is Jenny around? I just need the list again. Thank you, Jenny. The list and Jeff with the prize. So it's another door prize. I'm just gonna grab it. Give me a second. So another door prize. And we wanted to make this really fun and accessible for everybody. So you don't always have to compete, you just need to participate. So this, you don't need to do any work, you just need to show up and you get to win this.
So is this thing on? No, it's power. So I've been using one of these for the whole day and I've been getting progressively higher with it. So someone's gonna get to enjoy this as much as I did, except a brand new one, not the one I used, because that one's, it's been used a lot. So who do we have for a winner?
We have Jason Zahaineko. Is there a Jason Zahaineko?
Come on down.
Awesome! Congratulations, Jason.
Do you dab?
All right, Gopri, can you go full screen, please? Just presentation mode. All right, so now we are going to kick off. Thank you so much, Jeff. We are going to kick off the Cannabis Sommelier competition. So with Sharon's assistance, we're going to get the top contestants. And I'm going to be inviting you up to our dance floor here. And we're going to be identifying the flower. Okay, so just give me a moment. We're going to round up the people. She's going to call out the names. And I'm going to, and if you're curious to know what flower was what for the games, was anyone really confident about what flower number 1 was? I think Justine would really know. Yeah, so it's Amnesia Haze by Broken Coast. Number 2 flower was, any strong guesses? Who said that? Okay, I heard Gelato 33 by Lot 420. And then flower number 3 was, any guesses? It was a pretty distinctive one. Yeah. Romulan by 1964. Awesome. Okay, so let's get the contestants up for the blind ID. So, who is that? Okay, so, we got great contestants. So I got to say, these people named the cultivar name and the LP pretty bang on. This would be Austin, Eli, Jeremy, and Gabby. Gabby's coming back to defend her title. She won the last Collectors Cup Cannabis Sommelier competition, and maybe she can do it 2 in a row. So let me get those names up for you. Right, so do we have the 3? I know Gabby's here. Come on up. Oh, and sorry, I'm gonna kick off the joint rolling competition. So the joint rolling competition, you get about 30 minutes or until our speed rolling competition ends. And you get 3 grams, unlimited papers, and you gotta roll the most beautiful joint. So in any takers, please come up to this table and we're gonna run a side competition while you roll your most creative joint. And if you like free weed, you got to keep the weed in your joint. It does have to be smokable. We're going to actually test it. And all the prizes up on the stage right now, okay? The top winners will be taking away a prize, and they're juicy prizes, okay? Like I'm jealous. So, gotta say, it's worth it to come up. Whoop! You just got the answers. Huh? Okay. Fuck. Okay. They just saw the answers. I had it open. Can I get the names again? Yeah. Okay, so Austin, Jeremy, and Gabby. So Jeremy, are you here, Jeremy? Jeremy! Okay, this is amazing because Jeremy also, he was a finalist at the first Collectors Cup in Vancouver as well. So we have Jeremy and Gabby. That's amazing. All right, so any takers for the creative joint competition? Please come on up. Yes, 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 come on up. Thank you, thank you. Look, you have a very high chance of winning at this point, like, seriously. All right, have a seat, have a seat. We're gonna be bringing up the flowers, all right? So first of all, please give it a round of applause for these three individuals because they have proven themselves yet again for knowing really good flower, all right? So amazing job because that means you've seen enough flower, you smelled enough flower, you have the memory of knowing what the good flower is, and that just goes to show you have the appreciation for it. So thank you, very well done. We're gonna kick off the creative joint rolling competition. And since I opened my answer book, I have to get you another set of flowers. So how about, in the meantime, you can just sit aside and then we're gonna kick off the, oh, you have it? I don't have those. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. First things first, this is gonna be nice and easy. So I just need, oh, Sharon, I lost the notes. The voting papers. I lost the voting papers. I know. Oh, you gave it to me. Sorry. I'm gonna give you this flower. Okay, sniff, open, smell, and then I'm gonna give you a piece of paper, write your name on it, tell me what flower you think it is, okay? And I'll get you the papers, so please start. Oh, I got it. I found it. So this is a really difficult competition because the flowers are going to get more and more complex. Hopefully they are identifiable to you. However, you got to have a really good memory to know, but it seems like Jeremy's pretty confident. Okay, I just need 3 pens. No one on here. Can you round up 3 pens for me? 2 more? This competition is brought to you by Bud and Cannabis, and so the top winning prize is going to get a it's a vaporizer. And Sabine, what was the name of the brand again? A Zenko. Okay, retail is $300. All right. So it's a dry herb and concentrate vaporizer. Okay, Jeremy knows what it is. He's like, I want that. So we're gonna try really hard here. All right. So what is in this jar? Let's find out. Ready? Okay. Flip over your answer. That's okay. Booyah! Gabby made it through first round. Booyah! Austin, you made it through the first round. Holy smokes. Jeremy, you did too. Okay, next time get the LP or the producer as well. But I know you know. Yeah. So it was Orange Tings by Pistol in Paris. And it's a distinctive flower, right? Yeah, pretty distinctive. I gave that to you, all right? Just to kind of get the confidence going, all right? So let's do something else now. What is in jar number 5? I'm going to give you another paper. Let's see here. So the first prize is a Zenko vaporizer, which will be sent to you. It's beautiful. And I'm going to show you what you're going to get as a second. So second place is going to get, this is a gift from True Cannabis. And it comes with, I don't know, is this probably an eighth of, yeah, an eighth of the True OG flower, along with, okay, one of the most beautiful, I don't want to drop it, okay? Like, it's like, look at this flower explosion twist. It's a Sherlock pipe, beautiful, by Boron Glass. They did a special collaboration with Borrow and Beyond and Truro. So thank you, Axel Della Pena, for donating this beautiful prize for the second place finisher. Do we have our answers? No cheating. Okay. Oh, do you need more time? Oh. Yeah? Come on, let's get it in. What is this flower? Do you want to get a close-up? Oh, nice. I know, deliberations. What is it? What is it? Let's see. Okay. Oh, come on. Just a guess, whether it's the producer or the name of the cultivar. I just need your fingerprint, Sharon. Okay. Jeremy, you in? Just try. Just try. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. All right, so Jeremy guessed this was something, I don't know, Broken Coast. Gabby guessed. Okay, I'll give you, okay. And then Austin guessed it was by Coastal Mountain, the organic Pemberton Pink. Close. I might just go with what. I don't know. You gotta write down something, Gabby. Okay, you know what? Since everybody, I'm gonna just say, you were the closest. It was the Crunch Berries by Sweetgrass. You wrote mint chocolate. I know, it's so close. Yeah, you now it connects, right? Yeah, now it connects. Yeah, not quite a pink kush, fruity. Yes, like delicious, delicious, delicious. Okay, so thank you. Crunch Berries by Sweetgrass. The next one is going to be Let's do this one. Okay, Austin, you can try first. Jar number 1. What is it? Even do this. All right, so thank you, Done Cannabis, for putting your forces into making this experience a reality for the community. I'm trying to avoid the word using esp. But what you're going to get is this awesome gift pack from Heighton. This is a cannabis-infused nano gummy, yum, 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 yum. And then watermelon mint beverage. Also, a lava lamp, thanks to Done Cannabis, which I'm like, oh, I always wanted a lava lamp. So that would be third place. First place is a vaporizer, the Zenko with, and then second place is the Hippo Sherlock pipe from Boro Glass. And then the third place is a heightened gift pack of a drink, a gummy, and a lava lamp. So all pretty good. So all 3 are gonna get one because there's only 3 top contestants. They tied. So this is going to be jar number 1. I wonder what it may be. And guess what, folks? The jar number 1, and the numbers here actually correlate to the flowers that you've been grading. So it's kind of a sneak peek to find out what flowers they are. So jar number 1, are you ready? Okay. All right, let's see. And maybe, is Logan here? Can you help me with this? Because I find this interesting. So Jeremy, he guessed Coast Mountain, their pure skunk cake. I'm gonna reveal the answers. I wanna know the lineage behind this one. Okay, so the lineage, because you would know.
I would.
Yeah, it's this one. So I wanna know the lineage of it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay? Because it's tricky. It's super like skunky, gassy pine, very much so. So Gabby got the Whistler Bubba Kush, very close. Oh, and then also Austin, you got the Pure Cake Skunk by Coast Mountain. So seems like you're familiar with this bud, right? I've actually seen the Pure Cake Skunk. And the bud morphology is actually a little bit different. It's smaller, tighter, not as big and fluffy as this. So just by the way it looks, it's different. But the smell, oh yeah, the smell is just so gassy. Like this in terms of loudness of aroma, just explodes out of the jar. So the answer, okay, we're going to have to figure out, maybe we'll do a tiebreaker, okay? But the answer for this is Karma by Done Cannabis. So let's see who came closest. I want to know the lineage, please. Do you know?
Oh, yeah. No, so it's like, it was one of our 74 bring-in that we did. So it has it's crossed with acai berry, or the acai gelato, which is like not the berry version, and the mint 11.
Okay. So it smells like a bubba / a skunk. So y'all came close. So we're gonna have to do another round. Let's do, Sharon, I need your fingerprint. I should just like duplicate my fingerprint. Okay, so let's do this one. Should we do this one or this one? This one's pretty. Okay. Yeah, I already did that one. Okay, this one, jar number 7. Back at you, Jeremy. So it's a suspenseful thing, right? Like, what is happening? What are they going to guess? What is it going to be? Do they know? Do they know good weed? Do they know what this is? How distinctive is it? So this is a nod to the cannabis consumer, the budtender, and the producer. Can you produce an experience that is replicable, that is consistent, that is recognizable? That's a very hard thing to do for a natural plant, right? So put in your answer. So guess of the producer and the name of the cultivar. This is, I think you did this one. This is full concentration mode right here. And as we can see, we have the most creative joint rollers putting on their A game. This is nice because I've seen these peeps roll joints earlier. I'm like, damn, that's a good joint. And I know Panda, I used to smoke her joints all the time. So yeah, I know she's gonna make, is she making a tulip? Oh, my first tulip. All right, let's see what the, okay, we have. This is one of my faves, okay? So Austin, you did great. Guess is the Mendo Stomper by Sweetgrass. Gabby guessed Platinum Grapes by Organica. Organic Craft. Yeah, you also guessed Platinum Grapes by Organica. Yeah, mind meld. What's going on here? So congratulations, Austin! Bang on. Mendo Stomper by Sweetgrass. Amazing. He knows his flowers. So please tell me where you work. How do you know about all of these flowers?
I work at Bud Cannabis, and that Mendo Stomper specifically, I actually have like an eighth in my bag and an unopened eighth at home. I'm very familiar with that flower, and the rest is just from buying and trying flower. Yeah.
Congratulations, Austin. What a wonderful job. I will get your gift. And then Gabby, please tell me about yourself. And you're pretty skilled about flower too. So, you know, where are you in the industry and how do you know about all this great flower?
Definitely. So for the past couple years, I've actually worked at Muse Cannabis as a supervisor / budtender, and it's been a really wonderful experience. I've had the opportunity to meet so many different people and also just have the access to such a large selection of weed. I have decided to go back to school, so I'm just kind of decided to move to a smaller dispensary called Elmwood Cannabis. But yes, I'm going back for a bachelor's degree in marketing and hope to re-enter the industry from a different standpoint. So I'm very excited about that. But I'm very excited to see what the new year has to hold. And it was honestly an honor to compete, and congratulations. That was spot on. The grapes really threw me off, but yeah, it was really awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabby. All right, and then we have Jeremy. I love how we have repeat contestants from last time. Like, that is so wicked. So, Jeremy, tell me your story. Where are you in the industry, and how do you know about all this good weed?
I'm the purchaser for Seed and Stone, so I buy all the weed. So I tend to try a little bit of it as well.
Awesome. All right, let me give you your prizes. Just come up on stage with me. We'll take a photo up here. Rules on the joint rolling. So 3 grams, as much paper as you want, and then time's up when the joint rolling competition's over. So cannabis sommeliers, please come up. Use whatever tools you want. All right. Okay, come on. Okay, there we go. A round of applause. Congratulations, the cannabis sommeliers. We have Austin, Gabby, and Jeremy. Thank you. This is the biggest honor that we can have and love to give. So thank you so much for demonstrating your amazing skills. And then second place, Gabby, because she got the sunflower correct. That is this one. Nope, that's this one. So please wrap it up. This is what we got. This one. Wow. Okay. And then Jeremy, we got this one. Yay, 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 yay. There you go. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Did we get a picture? Oh, yeah. Sorry, did we get a picture, Bobby? Here we go. Wonderful. All right, next up is the best nose. So Gurpreet, do you mind just going to the next slide, please? So I love this because we actually had really great interest. So I'm going to be bringing up, this is a huge list, okay? So you're going to have to bring your chair, please, because I don't have enough, all right? So Noah Ali, Adrian Peters, Noah Ali from Cheekies, Adrian Peters from The Cure. Bring your chair up, please, and come up here. We're going to do the final competition for Best Nose. Austin Eli from Burb, Brad Nishimura from Ad Astra, Gary Harar from Local Cannabis, Chloe Walford from Mood Cannabis, Dana Moore from Mood Cannabis. Oh, Mood Cannabis is highly engaged. I like that. Zion King. What a great name from Mood Cannabis. Amanda Lehman, I'm going to say so, from SAF. Derek R., I'm assuming that's Derek Rutherham. Shay Nakano, please come up from CannaReps. Megan Cathers from Highway Cannabis. Please bring up your chair. Justina Greer, please come on up. And we have Kato Otabi. Sorry, the writing is just not as clear. Kaito from Inspired Robson. Please come on up, and we're going to be playing this last round. Okay. And Shani, yes, is my assistant. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. So maybe just shift down a little bit because we just have one person that could fill. Yeah. All right. Oh, so you have pens. Does everyone have a pen? Okay. Pens. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just write your name at the very top. Okay. But it would be kind of, there we go. So just write your name at the very top. Okay. Because I'm going to be passing multiple flowers. Thank you. Yeah, here we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A couple more pencils, please, if anyone could hum. Okay, so because we have a good number, so you're going to write down the number of the jar and what you think the terpene is. So write down from 1 to 6 on your paper, and then right there. Yep, 1 to 6. And I'm going to give you each kind of little pod here, a terpene for you to smell. Okay, so there you go. Let's go. All right, and so the Best Nose competition is brought to you by Sweetgrass Cannabis. They are known for organic living soil cannabis, and they, produce pretty fire products. So thank you for being here. And the gift that's going to be won by the top winner is this amazing gift box. So very crafty. So you know what? I can always catch weed. Like I never drop it. But you just never say never, right? So Sweetgrass Cannabis is gifting these handmade pottery cups, super crafty, super beautiful. It's always nice to have a nice mug because the ceramic retains the heat for a little bit longer. So you get a pair of mugs for you and your friend, a beautiful t-shirt, and this reserve product that has just been cropped will be soon released. I'm super excited. It is the latest chemotype drop crushed velvet, and they're super proud. So it's coming soon to a store near you. Grape, gas, sweetness, like, you know, like the super sugary frosting on a cake? Like that. Did I get it right? It's amazing. And then on top of that, okay, sorry, and contestants, please just pass down your jar, and we're gonna just select whoever comes the closest. And we have this beautiful poster from Alex Gray that will also be part of the top Best Nose Prize. How's the creative joint going over here? Yeah. Okay, cleaning, thank you. Thank you. You know what, like keeping it nice and tidy and tight, I appreciate that. So Rye's done, Henrique's done? Yes. Panda's still working? Whoa, Andy, okay, he's done too. Nice, you guys kind of rolled an amazing joint in like less time than I thought. So, okay, because like last time it took like an hour. Yeah. Okay, and number one. Oh, one's right here. One is going to be your tiebreaker. Okay, let's see who advances. And Shani, I need the list. Oh, you haven't seen two? Justine hasn't seen two? Where's three? Three is over here. Does anyone need six? Okay. Yeah. There may be a tiebreaker, there may not be, okay? Who hasn't gotten everything except for number one, like basically 2 to 6? You just need number 2? You have it? Okay. You knew 4? Okay, so everybody's done 3? Everybody's done 5. Where's 5 here? Everybody's done 6? Okay, everybody's done 2? Yeah. Where's 4? Over here. Okay, good. All right, let's start. Okay, so please turn your papers over. Okay, so I'm going to award 1 point for every correct answer, and then we'll see who gets the most number of points. There may be a next round because there may be a tie. Okay, Adrian gets 2 points. Justine. Justine also gets 2 points. Austin also gets 2 points. Megan. Megan gets 1. You've been eliminated, Megan. I'm sorry. I love your presence, Megan. She's always at study hall and everything, and she knows good weed. Okay, I know. I trust her nose when it comes to weed, but the terpene competition, not so. Okay, so Corey, Zion. Okay, there we go. Zion. There we go. You get 1, so you also got eliminated. Okay, there we go. And then we have, and your name's different too. Okay, I thought you went by a different name earlier.
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
I prefer.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Let's see here.
I thought I got 0 if I did not say.
You got 1.
Nice.
Yeah, Corey got 1. Okay, so you kind of got eliminated though, but you got 1.
But I got nothing.
Yeah, better than nothing. Better than nothing. That's okay. Okay, Chloe, you got. Two. Yeah. All right, and then now. Shh. Kaido, you got 4. Okay, and I gotta say, Shay, she just beat everybody. She got 6. She got it all. She won the competition. Like she got 5. You got all 5, but all 5. Everybody was 1 or 2. Kaido, you came really close. Okay, with 4, but Shay got all 5. So we don't even need to do. Holy smokes, Shay Nakano, you're amazing. Super cool. We spent like an afternoon together, and I feel like we're like sisters. So congratulations. Woo! Shay and all the contestants, thank you so much for playing. That was fun, right? It was fun regardless. Thank you for trying. And it was close, but it's so hard because sometimes your nose gets confused by smelling so many things, right? But Shay, damn, you got it right. So come up on stage here, and you get to win this amazing prize pack. All right, and Bobby will get a photo with Shay. Everybody, round of applause for Shay Nakano. That's so exciting. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, here you go. Oh, it's this one? This whole thing is yours. Okay. Congratulations. And a poster. How am I gonna get home? You get it all. I'll drive you home, girl. Okay. All right. Thank you, terpene contestants. All right. So now we're gonna do the weigh an eighth competition. In the meantime, for anyone that is interested in the speed rolling competition, we will be doing that last. I'd love to see at least 5, ideally 10 people come up for the speed roll competition. So that's going to come up after this. So Gurpreet, the next slide, please. This should be, no, one more slide, please, Gurpreet. Weigh an eighth. This is brought to you by Embark. So weigh an eighth. I have some names. Oh. Okay, so we have Rye, or is it Pie? Rye, all right. Rye, Samantha. Okay, so Rye from La Canapa, Samantha from Evergreen, Brent from Muse, Paul, and Dana from Mood Cannabis. Please, I just need, let's see, 1, 2, I just need 3 more chairs. Yes. Okay, so Dana from Mood Cannabis, Paul, Brent from Muse, Samantha from Evergreen, Rye from La Canapa. Please come on up. And then Jar, my friend, is going to help us do this game. Wonderful. All right, Samantha, 1 more chair. Right here. All right, so we're gonna do this in rounds. All right, so if you can come closest without going over, you will win. So we're gonna start off with this. This is tabletop OG Chem. This is a rather fast. It's not like you're gonna get all this time. So, okay, you gotta open it for me though. Okay, and so you're weighing an eighth again without going over. Okay, and the last time I weighed it, I weighed 6.59. So I have the fattest eighths. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is you're gonna use one bowl, tar it, and then whenever they weigh it out, go ahead, start. No, you're putting it in here.
Can I look at it first?
Sure, sure. Okay, use tongs, please. There we go. Okay, so you tar it, yeah, and then you dish it out. They dish it out, and then you do it. Okay.
That's going to be a little light, but maybe.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so Paul's good. Okay, Paul's in. Rye's putting in his guess of an eighth. I don't know if we have one nugget that's 3.5. Ideally, I'd like to see that, but not yet. Okay, okay. Ooh, ooh. All right, okay. They're pretty dense. And that's the thing, right? So some buds are heavier than the others because they just have more moisture content. They are more dense. They are not as fluffy, right? So it could, and of course, this weight's going to change as it dries out. But thankfully, we have some fresh cannabis to play with right now. All right, so we're going to start weighing. And then we're not going to show them until. Okay, so put this back.
They're challenged to roll, I'll tell you that.
Okay. And then we have Corey over here. Yeah, just don't touch the table. These scales are sensitive. Feeling happy? Yeah, thank you, Samantha. Okay, so Rye, you weighed out 2.1. Corey, 2.9. Samantha, 2.2. And Paul, 3.49. In one shot. 3.49. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Ray, for being my lovely assistant. Jar, yes, for being my lovely assistant. Where do you work?
Nowhere currently. With school.
School. Okay, if you're looking for work, then I'm sure that you're in the right place. But thanks, Jar. I love it. Thank you. And Paul, tell me about yourself, where you're from, and what you do.
Yeah. I work for Bazam, and I love weighing out drugs. So just want to throw down. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so you get this prize. You're gonna get a snack box from Bazam, and Paul, come on right up. You also get this. You can donate it to one of your fellow contestants.
Yeah, I concede. I don't need a prize. I'll give it to one of the.
Sure, but you can get the bragging rights. You know your eighths.
Sure, thank you.
Please take a photo. There you go. Congratulations, Paul. Thank you. All right, so yay, that was fun. All right. Thank you so much. So we're gonna just put this back. Yeah. Woo. Okay. You know what? You know what? let's do it again with different flour. Yeah, you want to see that? You want to see a second round? Let's see with different flour. Okay, let's do different flour. Jar, I just need your help again. Okay, let's do it. So, you want to weigh an ounce? No, I don't have enough.
No, that would be a struggle. Wait, eyeball.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I spilled a little weed. I feel like oh, we're dumping it all back.
Can you just
Sending it back in. So.
Okay, so this flour is blue cherry pie. This is from Parkland, so only available in Alberta for now. There you go. Yeah, Samantha's gonna try weigh out in an eighth. And please, we're gonna be bringing up contestants for the speed rolling competition. So you're gonna get a gram of weed that you're gonna keep. And if you can spin one up with the filter and it has to smoke properly, we are going to award you a nice prize. And you can tell these prizes are sweet, right? So it's worth it. Is it denser, Bud? It does look dense. I really like how this bud integrity is really nice. Like, look at this bud. It's all whole in pieces. It's symmetrical, very similar in shape and bud development. Okay, yeah, you got it. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I know, because a point, like 3.5 is tough, right? Okay, let's do it. Okay, and then you guys can both do it at the same time. Okay, because maybe Paul doesn't got to take the prize. You know, if he's giving away this title, like, you know what? Let's see if we can find consistency. Oh, you got it? Okay. 1.2. Oh. I see what you mean. No. You're contestant number one. That's. Don't touch the table. Okay, just tar it again.
Yeah. So sorry. Sabotage.
Okay. Corey. All right, Paul. Denser buds, yeah, it's. Oh, sorry. Like, look how big this bud is. Like, this might be 3.5 on. Okay. And then rye. Yeah, I'm not gonna breathe.
Right away. Who's got it?
Okay, so Samantha got 2.62, little light. Corey, 4.79, little over. Yeah, you had a couple big buds in there. Paul, 3.79. A little over, but the closest. Rye, 4.47. Way over, 4.47. Yeah, really, really dense. Okay, so Paul is kind of still in the running. Damn. Okay, so do you want to defend your title for the third round? Yeah. We're gonna do it. Let's do it. You want to do another size? No, come on. Let's do another eighth. Come on. It's just another flower. Okay, so I only have enough. Okay. So we're gonna have to do this one live, okay? So, because I only have a little bit of weed for this one. This is the Karma by Bud and Cannabis. Here, I'm gonna just toss this here. No, all good. So I gotta say, this is a sticky flower. Like, it already stuck to the tongs just by picking it up. And it's an interesting morphology. It's actually quite fluffy. So, but hint, the fluffy, but sticky at the same time. All right, so we're gonna do, okay, we'll go on once. Okay, all right, let's see what Corey has. Yeah, Logan. 4.62. Oh, Corey, over 2 times. You want a little bit more? Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna borrow this for Samantha.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Just use your. Here you go.
That's cheating. I don't want to cheat.
No. It's not cheating until it's done. Done?
Yeah.
Done. Okay, go for it. All right, Samantha. Let's see. 4.35. Over and over. So, Samantha, you've been under, and then over. Corey, you've been under and then over just by a little bit. Okay? Let's see what Rye and Paul come to. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what it is. It's fun. I know a lot of people are really confident about this. So, like, you know what? I would do this, but okay. So Paul's got 3.32.
Good count.
Hey, yo.
And then Rye, where are you? The last one. Rye, you were under and then over, and then now you are. $2.97. So you know what? It goes to show 3 times in a row, Paul's got it. Do you weigh it like semi-professionally? Because like, damn, you're close. When you're 13. Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, contestants. That was a fun game. Thank you. Interesting how all the different buds have different weights. Yeah, thanks, Paul.
The tabletop one was really easy.
You did good. All right, so speed rollers, please come on up. We have a 1 gram roll with a filter. This is a fun one. And the speed rolling competition is going to get a Bazam napping pillow and a gift bag from Western Cannabis. So please take a seat. Speed rollers. And we actually have the flower pre-ground for you. So I just need you to go to the joint rolling competition. Yes. So brought to you by Pattullo in Paris. Let's do this. We need some ground flower. We have some papers. The rule is it has to be with a filter, smokable, nice and tight. And Ian, are you participating? Or are you the judge? What do you want? you want to play or do you want to? Then play. Then play. Samantha, play. Yeah, come. Come. There we go. You got to keep the weed. You don't have to sign up. You play. Just play. Here we go. All right. So it's got to be under 2 minutes. We're going to get you the bud. Okay. This is kind of like a semi tray. Oops, that's a lot. Come on. You see this? How's that 1 gram? Well, just 1 gram. Gee. No. There you go, like that. Yeah, that's more than a gram. That's way more than a gram. Yeesh. Whoever finishes first. You're not allowed to pre-roll your filter. You're not allowed to do anything. You are starting fresh. Oh, look, we did pre-roll your filters. Okay, fine. No. I want to see you do it from scratch, man. Okay, it's from scratch. Yeah. You don't get to pre-roll your filter. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, where's everybody have their flour? No. You're doing it from scratch. Okay, here we go. Let's get a close-up camera. Do you need a tray? Okay, everybody have a healthy amount? Everybody's got a healthy amount. That's a healthy amount. All right. Okay, so ready. On your mark. Get set. Go. As fast as you can go. As fast as you can go. 10 seconds. Oh, nice. Okay, keep on going, because it's got to be a nice enough joint, right? It's got to be a proper joint. Okay, what's your name? Kaito. Samantha, I also saw Henrique was done here. Yeah. Woo! Oh, all right, so 4th. Adar, you got 4th. And your name? Dion, 5th. And your name? Danae, 6, 7. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Kaito. That's a good joint. It's a little fluffy for my liking, but it'll burn with the filter proper, okay? Who is second? Okay, that's a tight joint. That's a proper joint. All right, so there you go. Top 2 winners are gonna get a prize. So, all right, so Kaito and Henrique, congratulations. So pistol and pear sweater and an 1/8 of the orange tings. And then you get this prize here. Western Cannabis prize pack with goodies in it. Awesome. All right, thank you. Oh, photo. Yeah, got it. Yeah, okay. So thank you. I know. Congratulations, winners. How awesome is that? Now we're going to do, Ian, you can be the judge for the most creative joint. So most creative joint rollers, please bring up your joints up to here. And then we're going to do, we're going to decide who wins. Okay. Oh, yeah, take it. Without a filter. Okay, so Ian, you're going to be the judge. So we have Ian here. He is a master roller, and he's going to be the judge for the most creative joint. So if you could just please introduce yourself and tell me about your joint.
Hello, I'm Rye. I rolled a cross joint because it's a cross joint, you know. So I hope it burns because they usually don't. But it looks good, so that's a pass.
I'm Andy from AR Cannabis. I rolled the T joint. Yeah, solid.
I'm Panda, and I rolled a flower.
I'm Enrique, and I roll a tulip.
First of all, I got to say, all beautiful joints. I'm just going to give it the touch test because it's got to like actually burn all the way. It's tighter up top, a little bit loose to the bottom. It might just have, it might run. Let's see. Very, this is an interesting one. I gotta say, the consistency of the roll, the tightness is there. We're gonna have to burn it later. Okay, T, this is okay, see, this is what I mean. When we're talking about a tight joint, I like it like this, like thick, thick, heavy, and dense. So I know I wonder how it'll burn. Okay, so this is kind of like a cone. However, this one, it is tight and dense, but it's a cross joint, but one side is bigger than the other. So it's not as symmetrical. Okay, so Ian gets to decide. Tell me about, the joint and how you grade what makes it good.
Okay. I think it might have to come down to smokability in this one. It's a tough call. I really like the flower. I think this is beautiful. I think this is the cleanest rolling work, for sure. I'm wondering if there's any weed in the top here. Is there weed right here? Nice.
It has to be. In order to come down, it has to be.
This cross is really, really nicely done. I think if this burns, it's a contender. It's tricky. Yeah, I think to the patio to test them out. Yeah, let's smoke more weed.
To be determined. Okay, so this is the moment of truth, everybody. Who won Best Flower? Rank number 1 was Jar 6 Platinum Kush Breath by Bud Cannabis. Congratulations. Logan, I think you grew this one. Woo! That's awesome. Platinum Kush Breath by Bud Cannabis, grading score of 88.16. So anything over 85 is considered a quad. Uh-oh. Yeet. Wah, wah. Oh my God. Okay. Gurpreet, I just need your assistance here. Let's just do a direct plug-in. Oh, yeah. Can you make it work, please? There we go. Okay, I'm just not going to touch it. Second place is Karma by Bud Cannabis. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. Bud Cannabis has swept the competition. Congratulations, Logan, come on up. Top 3 places, all quads. You grew all quads for Platinum Kush Breath. Number 1, Karma. Number 2, Frosted Fruit Cake. Number 3, Logan, you got to come on up because that is impressive. We have a panel of very picky and particular judges here, and you just impressed all of them. So please tell me about the flower, why you chose these cultivars, and what you love about them.
I don't know how that happened. That's pretty good. That's suspect. But you guys voted. Appreciate it. Platinum Kush Breath's like a strain that we're just dropping, actually. It just got harvested recently. That'll be available within 20, 30 days. And yeah, we're going to bring Karma back, I think, too. Frosted Fruitcake, also a really good strain that we're going to do a little bit more of. But thanks, guys. It's rad.
They call that, what do they call that? A hat trick. You just did a hat trick. You just swept the competition. Holy smokes. All right. Score 88.16 and a subjective rating that is like, do you like the pleasantness of aroma? Did you enjoy the effect and the experience? How wonderful. Platinum Kush Breath. Now I got to try it. I really have to. And then here is the leaderboard for the top 7. So we have, after taking the 3rd place, Logan, I'll just have you stay up here. Yeah, take a picture, of course. I know you're proud of this, right? And then 4th place, we have Orange Tings, Pistol in Paris. Wow, what a consistent flower. It's just always like hitting, top notch. People all love this flower. Number 5 is Sweetgrass for the Crunch Berries. The Sweetgrass team, please come on up. Mint Chocolate Chip takes 6th place. And 7 is the Mendo Stomper from Sweetgrass Cannabis. Please come on up. We're going to take a photo. Okay, so I really want to say thank you so much for all the judges for taking place, letting me borrow your lungs and your expertise in judging this cannabis. I hope it was as fun as it was for you, as it was for me. So congratulations to the winners. Unfortunately, the president of Pistol in Paris is in Manitoba. So come on up. Congratulations. Dude, nice work. Damn, it's good. Look at that. It's a tight race. Okay, Bobby, we need a photo. Yes. Okay, we'll take all one together. Awesome. All right, so we're going to stay up on stage. And I also want to thank the vendors. So the vendors that have helped us make this experience so awesome, please come on up. And then, of course, I want to thank the volunteers. You may please come up on stage. And also Sharon. So you're looking at the CannaReps team. It's literally 2 ladies putting on this whole production. But like I said, Sharon, come on up. Stay. We're going to share the stage. Why not? You don't want to?
No, we can stay.
But you're helping us put the event together, right? Yeah. Like you get credit. So Sharon Singh, this is the CannaReps team. Okay. Thank you, Jeff from Borough Glass. All right. He's made all these incredible glass pieces. We have Cisco and we have our volunteer team. So that includes Shaney, Shay, London, everyone, Daniel, Jar, Alex. Okay, like the thing is, like, we're all a family. Jenny, come on up. And there we go. Bomb rush the stage. Thank you. A huge round of applause for the volunteers that helped put this together. Thank you so much. It couldn't be done without you. Is that Marcus? Is that Marcus? Come on up, Johnny B. Yeah, come on up. Axel, come on up. Both Axels. Okay, and Kevin from ND Supplies, he supplied all the jars for us. That means for the terpene ID, the blind flower competition, that's all as a gift from ND Supplies. So thank you. Please come on up because you deserve all the recognition for making this a reality. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at this. Framing. Okay, we have a couple more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kevin, you too. Okay, let's keep it symmetrical. Shift, 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 shift. Tighter, tighter, tighter. Marcus, do you mind coming on in? We're just, because this is like not symmetrical. Okay. Okay, come on in. There we go. We're just going to tighten up, tighten it up, tighten it up, tighten it up. All right, thank you. big thank you. This is Collectors Cup Vancouver, November 16, 2022. See you next time. Thank you, everyone. Woo. Music, please, Capri.